सर फोन माझा
बेटा
फोन
हाँ मैडम बोलिए। गुड मॉर्निंग। कल का दिन है तो रास्ता। हाँ वही आगे है सर, आगे हैं सर आगे। बोलो स्टार्ट शार्प एट 10।
तुम्हाला पाठवून देतो
मेल मध्ये जाऊन मी
मेल मध्ये सेंड
नहीं हे दूसरा ही आहे ना, डिलीट पण केला त्याचा पेपर।
देखिए भाई आप लोगों के लिए चाय बना देगी।
कॉफी
कैसे ना
झालं 5 मिनिट
लाईव्ह झालं का?
हो लाईव्ह
आतापासून लाईव्ह मध्ये करू थांब।
नाही त्याची लिंक त्याची जनरेट होते ना,
अच्छा लिंक जनरेट करून
लिंक जनरेट झाली आहे, ती कॉपी करून तुम्ही पेस्ट करून द्या।
कॉफी बाद में पियोगे आप लोग?
हम थोड़ा बाद में पियेंगे, एक बार शुरू हो गया तो।
निकाल के जब पियोगे।
हाँ
कुठे टाकायची पेस्ट करून द्या।
म्हणतात त्याला इंटरनॅशनल। काल सारखा नहीं आला।
हाँ ते काल सारखं
Very good morning, Professor Victor.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
How are you doing?
Good morning, Ghanshyam sir.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor
Good morning.
Angelo.
Good morning, sir.
Ajit Ghanshyam sir is also there.
Yeah, I did see him. Hello, good morning, Dr. Ghanshyam.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Absolutely fine, sir. Nice to see you on the virtual platform after a long time.
Yeah. Same here, sir.
And the credit goes to you all.
Oh,
हा लाईव्ह बंद करायचा का आपण?
And it's nice to meet Professor Victor also on the virtual platform.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning.
Welcome, Madhvi ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Very good morning.
Professor Angelo Mercure and Ghanshyam sir both have joined us. No?
Yes, thank you.
So Jacek is there. YouTuber लोक जॉईन करून झाले का तिथे?
Good morning, Madhvi ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Ajit sir, from the Fiji University, from the University of Fiji, Madam Vandana will be there to speak in the closing ceremony.
Okay.
Hmm.
And what about the two guys, one from Maharashtra and one from outside Maharashtra?
You have the list of Google form now. And to look in that.
Will you please go through it?
List.
You go through it, select two names.
I don't
and,
have list with me.
And do inform them. Do inform them because Dr. Barure needs to be informed about all that. Means in the valedictory section, valedictory session, before the report is read, I think we must have the feedback of the participants. Will you please do that much? Kapil?
He can if I can get hold of the list. The list is with you. You know, Google form list.
Yeah, it is very much with me.
Anyway, I'll see you from the WhatsApp group. I'll find out.
Okay. Thank you. Two minutes to 10. Five minutes. Professor Angelo, I believe everything is all right with you?
Yes, sir. I'm ready to start whenever you give me permission, sir.
It must have been pretty odd time for you to be awake and delivering his lecture.
Well, that's okay. It was very, very meaningful for me, so it was not difficult at all.
Yeah. So kind of you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In a minute or two, we'll go live.
Yes, sir, no problem. And
Yeah.
sir, respectfully, how long would you like my presentation to be?
45 minutes.
Okay, sir, very good.
45 minutes. And the last 15 minutes of that hour are reserved for another gentleman here present with us, Professor G.A. Ghanshyam. He's going to chair
interesting.
that session, chair this session.
Excellent. Okay, no problem, sir.
Yeah.
Will you signal me at 45 minutes, or will I just acknowledge that my time is up? How would you like me to do that?
It won't look nice to signal a speaker of the plenary session to
Okay,
stop.
sir. Okay, sir. So it's up to me to have the
2 to 5 minutes.
responsibility.
2 to 5
Okay.
minutes here and there, it's all right. Even
Okay,
if
sir,
you
no
exceed by 2 minutes or 5 minutes, or if you do not take up your 45 minutes and stop after 42, 43 minutes, that will be all right.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I observed proper protocol.
Being teachers, generally, we do have an idea of the clock.
Okay, that's fine.
I will start in a minute. It's 9:59 now.
Okay.
Good morning, Meenakshi ma'am. Chaube ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, yeah. I am Dr. Singhel. I have with me my friend Ajit Jachak,
Yeah. Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning. Good
an
morning.
organizer,
Good morning, sir.
and Madhvi Moril ma'am is also there. With,
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
yeah, with the resource person for the session, Professor Angelo Mercure, and
Good morning to all.
Professor Ghanshyam sir. They all are there.
Good morning.
Peru. So, shall we start?
I'm ready.
YouTuber live, shall we? Live on.
Should I start, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. A very good morning to all the respected dignitaries and participants. I welcome you all in the second day of International E-Conference jointly organized by Barrister Sheshrao Wankhede College, Mopa, Rajkumar Kivalramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, and Vasantrao Naik Government Institution of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur. I welcome the resource person, Dr. Mercure, and chairperson for the session, Dr. Ghanshyam. It is my proud privilege to introduce the erudite resource person for the first plenary session, Mr. Angelo Mercure. Sir has done his Master in Arts from Mary Fulton College of Education, Arizona, USA. He was also nominated in the Dean's List Business Law of Economics, San Diego City College, San Diego, California. Sir has, to his credit, IETS examination status, International Deal Program, University of Melbourne, Australia, and CELTA certification from International House, London. He has an extensive teaching experience as an instructor of language. He has worked as a visiting professor of English in various educational institutions across the world. His immense knowledge and mastery over the subject has benefited students from Brazil, Thailand, Argentina, Bangkok, etc. As a devoted teacher, Sir has groomed secondary school students along with 11th and 12th grade English students at Japan and USA. Sir has acquired special skills of familiarity with the British national curriculum, clear and concise Midwest American accent. With the qualities of cultural sensitivity, punctuality, meticulousness, honesty, and industriousness, he has made his remarkable name in the field of education. It is a great pleasure to welcome you, sir. We are indeed privileged to have Mr. Angelo for this e-conference as a resource person. I request to address the participant. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind and helpful introduction. I deeply appreciate it. Okay, everyone. Now, my topic is globalization. I will touch upon globalization in the USA, a place, of course, I'm most familiar with, being an American citizen. I'll touch upon globalization in the world, expand a bit more, actually, on global, shall we say, globalization. And then I'll even touch very slightly upon India. Perhaps this is an area where my colleagues tonight, my respected colleagues, can teach me a few things. Okay? Okay, great. Well, first of all, before I proceed forward, I'd like to mention I love your country. I have visited Calcutta once. I have visited Mumbai twice. I have friends in both metropolises. I also have friends in Gujarat. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Okay. And I love your cuisine, your literature, your music, your cinema. I'm especially a fan of Mr. Satyajit Ray, the Bengali director. I really enjoy his art tremendously. Okay, so I know I'm a little off the topic, but I just want to acknowledge I'm very grateful to be here. I'm getting more and more familiar with your country, and I feel very honored to be a part of this function tonight. Okay, thank you. And getting to this topic of globalization. This is something that hit me personally many years ago as a young child. I remembered one evening I had brought some toys home that I showed to my father. These were little figurines of minstrels, of musicians, and they were made of plastic and some very common hardwood. And my father turned these objects upside down, and beneath the object was stamped the words, "Made in Japan." And my father just shook his head and he said, "Well, there go our jobs." And I was very young. I was about 5 years old at the time, and I couldn't understand exactly what he meant. Okay, there go our jobs. What does that mean? Okay. Well, first of all, let's give a little background on that. Made in Japan. Following World War II, General Douglas MacArthur, excuse me while I get a bit of water here, losing my voice. Forgive me, please. General Douglas MacArthur was given the task by President Harry Truman to go into Japan after its surrender and to represent American industrial interests in Japan post-World War II. And he did a very good job of this. The military-industrial complex of the United States intervened in the Japanese economy, which at that time was a skeleton of what it once was. Tokyo was almost bombed out. But the American military and the American corporate establishment rebuilt Japan from the ground up and installed its managers in the various industries throughout the nation and taught the Japanese things we had never known before: how to increase production, how to maximize transportation, how to maximize logistics, how to maximize delivery, and on and on and on. The Japanese, being very intelligent people with an excellent, perhaps genetic capability of engineering, caught on very quickly. And by the end of the 1950s, Japanese toy imports, the very toys that I purchased as a small child, began to adversely affect the American toy industry and eventually, shall we say, buried it, to speak in rather metaphoric terms. And from the early 60s on, we never had an American toy industry anymore. This was my personal encounter with globalization. At first, American consumers, including this 5-year-old boy, rather realized that the Japanese toys were of an inferior quality, but they were cheap, they were fun, and hey, this is wonderful, okay? However, as the 60s moved on, Japanese toys became of a very high quality. And as I said, eventually superseded and then devastated the American toy industry, which means, okay, the toy factories in the United States closed down. Thousands of people lost their jobs, but this was the wave of the future. These toys were better quality, they were better priced, and the strong survived. My other personal experiences with globalization in the United States involved Japanese cars. Now, for decades, beginning with Mr. Henry Ford in the 1920s, American cars were paramount throughout the world. And Henry Ford perfected the assembly line technique of making a quality car at a very affordable price. And from about 1923 to approximately, perhaps 1973, a 50-year period, the American car ruled the motorways of the world. You would see American cars in Bangkok. You would see American cars in Tokyo. You would see American cars in Berlin, in London, in Ottawa, in Buenos Aires. Golden years. Well, what happened in 1973? The United States did not keep up with the times. We had a so-called energy crisis where the price of oil skyrocketed, hence the price of gasoline skyrocketed, and the Japanese engineers designed better, more durable, and most importantly, more fuel-efficient vehicles that were imported to the United States. There were low tariffs, there were very little barrier to entry. And because of that, again, globalization, the Japanese car industry severely damaged the American car industry, and the damage is still there today. It didn't destroy it, but it damaged it. And we have never fully recovered. Why? Again, globalization has shown us that the Japanese cars were not only more fuel efficient, the paint was of a better quality, the bodies were of a better design, the engines were more efficient and stronger, and on and on and on. Now, the American consumers were not stupid. The American consumers saw that they were getting a better buy for their dollar. And one thing that was particularly amazing is in the early 1980s, there was trade retaliation against the Japanese, led by former President Ronald Reagan and the Republican majority in the United States Senate. They passed some very restrictive laws regarding taxation, or shall we say tariffs, on Japanese cars in order to preserve the American car industry, which was on its death spiral. And it did preserve the American car industry, but the American car industry remained on, shall we say, life support, because Americans were paying 100% increase in tariffs to buy those Japanese cars. Those Japanese cars were taxed at a rate 100% higher than they had been prior to the Reagan administration's admission into office. Yet Americans were buying Japanese cars with, say, hand over fist, as we quote a common American English idiom. My mother bought a Japanese car. And my mother, prior to that period of time, would never consider owning anything but American. But she compared the quality of the American cars to the quality of the Japanese cars and said, I don't care if it costs more money. It's not that much more expensive, but the quality is so much better. And she was correct. And her view was shared by countless millions of American citizens. The Japanese motorcycle industry. So Shiro Honda, in 1948, built his first motorcycle, his first Honda motorcycle. Everybody laughed at him. What's this silly little thing? I mean, you know, we've got Harley Davidson in the USA, Reign Supreme, Triumph in England, in the United Kingdom, Reign Supreme, BMW in Germany, Reign Supreme. What is this little Honda? What a joke. Okay, tiny little thing. By 1969, Honda was winning all the motorcycle races all over the world. In 20 years, Honda was on top of the world. They devastated, destroyed the British motorcycle industry, which was once paramount, nearly destroyed the American motorcycle industry. The only way Harley Davidson survived was through mass cash infusions from the United States taxpayer, United States government, which is the United States taxpayer. And even then, Harley Davidson owners were surprised to look at their motorcycles and see certain components made in Japan. The speedometers, oh, turn it upside down, made in Japan. Oh my, the carburetor. Let's look here at this. Wait a minute, this carburetor, it's not an American carburetor. It's a Kian, which is Japanese. What's going on? I'm seeing Japanese parts on my American bike. Okay, you win some, you lose some. Even though we preserved the American motorcycle industry, which consisted of one sole survivor, Harley Davidson was forced to use a lot of Japanese parts on their American engines because they were cheaper, they were better quality, they were more available than the American parts. Again, Japanese speedometers, better. Japanese carburetors, better. And both were cheaper, and both were more available. This was globalization. Negative and positive. Obviously, it destroyed the American toy industry. It nearly destroyed the American car and motorcycle industry. Did it benefit the American consumer? Absolutely. Absolutely. The consumer is and was king. So you have lower prices for better quality products. And it's like the law of gravity. You can't defy the law of gravity. And applying that to human behavior, a human being will not go against his or her self-interest. If it benefits he or she to buy a certain product because of lower price plus higher quality, that person is going to seek out that product. If they have to jump 100% tariff to do it and pay that huge increase in taxes, which is factored into the price of the product, the American consumer will do it, as will the British consumer, as will the German consumer. Again, the law of gravity, we twist it around and we apply it to human nature. Human beings are going to go in the direction of their best interest. Okay, they're not going to say, well, I decided to be patriotic, so I'm going to buy an American car, an American motorcycle. Well, no, I'm sorry. That doesn't work. No. Particularly when the American car, the American motorcycle is quite often, I'm sorry to say, because I'm an American, but I'm going to tell you straight. Okay. Usually, American cars are not as high quality as Japanese cars. And usually, American motorcycles are not as high as quality as Japanese motorcycles. End of story. So globalization hurts these dinosaur industries, dare I say, dinosaur industries, but definitely benefits the consumer. So it's a mixed bag. Excuse me, it's a mixed bag. Okay. Now, a bit about India, and please forgive me, I do not mean to sound like I know so many things about your country. I don't, and I say this with humility when I talk about India. You can teach me things about India, but I'll just mention some of my observations in regard to globalization and how, for instance, the Indian motorcycle industry is benefiting consumers all over the world as we sit and speak at this moment. Okay, let's go back a bit. Royal Enfield, which is often called now Enfield of India. I believe the factory is in Chennai. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Formerly known as Madras. Okay. Royal Enfield is an honored British name, one of the first manufacturers of motorcycles in the world. They go back to like 1900 or before, okay? All right. Royal Enfield put out a quality product for many, many decades. And then by 1970, globalization, the charge being led by Japan into the world of motorcycle manufacture, destroyed Royal Enfield, destroyed BSA, destroyed Matchless, destroyed Ariel, destroyed all these renowned names because Japanese motorcycles were of higher quality and lesser price than the British motorcycles. Now, what had happened here was Britain had been manufacturing motorcycles in India, the 350 Enfield Bullet, which is endemic all over your country. Beautiful motorcycle, by the way. And eventually, the Indian principals bought out Enfield India, and it became purely an Indian company decades ago. After 1970, to this day, today, it is an Indian company, of course, okay, based in Chennai. All right. Now, being a motorcycle enthusiast myself over the decades, I look at things like this, and I wondered, interesting. Now, because of outdated British technology, the Indian Enfields, although dependable, weren't up to the standard of the Japanese bikes. Again, because of the British technology, the factory in Chennai, in those days, Madras, was just following the book, okay? Well, the British book was outdated, okay? So even though the Enfield motorcycles were lovely, efficient, and dependable, well, compared to a Japanese motorcycle, they weren't quite up to that level in terms of quality for price. Now, in the last few decades, the quality of the Enfield India motorcycle has gone through the roof. Again, an American English idiom. Improved unbelievably. The engineering, the innovation, the ingenuity. They produce a truly superior motorcycle now in Chennai, the Indian factory, Indian Enfield factory. They're being exported now all over the world. It wasn't until recent years that we had an India Enfield dealership in the United States. Now we have a lot of them, and they're getting very popular. A multi-millionaire, perhaps billionaire television personality, Jay Leno, who is a collector of motorcycles and cars, has several Royal Enfields in his collection, and they're India Enfields from Chennai. Okay. Now that tells you something, because this man is a connoisseur. He doesn't collect junk. Okay. And he loves his India Enfields for good reason. Today, at the Chennai plant, there is prodigious technology. Everything is subject to computer control, numerical control programming, numerical control machining on every part that goes in to the India Enfield motorcycle, culminating in a superior design and a very comfortable ride. Okay. And speaking for myself, I intend to relocate to India next year. And the first thing I'm going to do is buy an India Enfield motorcycle. I've already asked my friends in Calcutta about the requirements for licensing. So I've been a motorcycle enthusiast, excuse me, I'm going to drink a little water, for over 40 years of my life. So believe me, I understand and I appreciate quality. Once again, let's go back to the subject of globalization. What is this all about? It's a sad story that became a happy story. Royal Enfield was devastated by Japanese competition. And the only outpost that the company had was a small, relatively small city in India, at that time known as Madras. The Indian manufacturers kept the faith. They kept the faith, and they manufactured through good times and bad times. And today produce a truly superior product that can compete head-on with any other manufacturer in the world. And they also offer a variety of engine displacement, from the small motorcycles to the medium-sized motorcycles to the larger motorcycles. So they're very diversified. Again, this is a positive aspect of globalization. Now, this makes everybody happy. The manufacturers in Chennai, the workers in Chennai, the consumers in India. When I was in India back in 1995, 2014, and 2015, and 2017, I saw Enfield motorcycles everywhere. And it was very happy for me to see it because they're a beautiful design. And it was happy to see Indian people rejoicing in something that they made, something they perfected. They took a product that was outmoded in design and they brought it up to today's quality with their knowledge of technology. I have studied videos coming out of the Chennai plant, and I've seen the meticulousness of the quality control apparatus. And I've been very impressed. Okay, so that's what my limited knowledge of India and globalization is at this point. We talked a bit about the United States. We talked a bit about India in regard to globalization in both nations. We even touched upon Great Britain a bit in regard to their motorcycle industry. Why don't we talk now a bit about globalization on the whole in regard to worldwide proliferation of pro-globalization treaties, pro-globalization business practices. negatives and positives. I've composed some notes, which I will read and try to interpret logically. So we can say that globalization involves the speed up of movement and exchange of capital, of products, and even of human beings in terms of their knowledge. Think of the expats, the expatriates that are in Mumbai, or the Indian expatriates that are in New York City. This is human capital. This is very indicative of globalization. Some of our best software engineers in the United States are in the Silicon Valley, and they're Indian. One of my very dear friends, who's now living in Calcutta, had spent years in Atlanta, Georgia, in Chicago, Illinois, and finally in the Silicon Valley, perfecting her software development skills. Now, the salaries of Indian software engineers in the Silicon Valley can sometimes, in rare circumstances, be as high as $500,000 a year. Yes. Now, most engineers don't make that much. They'll make between 200,000 and 400,000. But to tell you how much that money is and to tell you how successful they've been, the average income of an American family, say native-born Americans, $50,000. Wow. So somebody's doing something right. So these engineers are a resource, a great human resource for India, for the United States, and then backing into India, where I'm sure they help their families via remittances. So again, globalization, movement of capital, movement of people, movement of products, movement of knowledge. Is this a positive thing? I think so. For the most part, yes. Has this displaced some American technology workers? Probably, but wouldn't they be displaced anyway? If they were really great, the American technology workers would still have their jobs. The ones that have been displaced, sad to say, they may not have been that proficient at what they did. Okay. It's not a popular thing to say, but that's life. Okay. Let's talk a bit more about globalization in regard to the world. Globalization according to the globe. Okay. How about globalization and geography? What are some of the poorest countries in the world, and why are they poor? Let's look at Argentina. I worked in Argentina for 2 years. It's a very beautiful country, very kind people, very delicious food, and sinking year by year deeper and deeper into profound poverty. We have about 25% of the population of Argentina living below the Argentinian poverty level, which I must tell you is quite low. Beggars in the streets, on and on. Now, this is quite shocking when you think that back prior to 1929, Argentina was like the 6th richest country on earth. Yes, they had a large industrial base. They manufactured all sorts of things. They had a very successful agricultural base. They had an immigration tally from the richer nations of Europe, Germany, Italy, England, whales that became Argentinian citizens. In 1929, we had the great financial debacle, the deflationary depression, which lasted from 1929 to 1941. And the only thing that pulled the Western democracies out of that deflationary depression was Keynesian spending during World War II. Getting back to Argentina, what happened? They fell into a hole in 1929 and they never really dug themselves out of the hole. Why is that? In a word, Juan Perón came to power in Argentina shortly after the Great Depression. He did a lot of good things. He did a lot of bad things in terms of the economy. Since day one, when Argentina became independent in the 19th century, there was a fairly large underclass who were looked down upon and who suffered in terms of lack of opportunity, low wages, little education, little opportunity for education, workers who had very little rights. They worked 7 days a week, no benefits, no vacations, no health insurance, no pensions. When President Perón took power, that all changed. The good thing was he helped the lower classes and the middle classes and gave them certain rights they never had before. To health care, to pensions, to paid for vacations, and most importantly, higher pay, and the right to negotiate with the employers on their own behalf. So the positive thing about Perón's protectionism, very important word here, protectionism, was initially the Argentinian people prospered. Okay, Mr. Perón was driven out of office in the mid-1950s, and things still were fairly good in Argentina. They weren't as good as they were prior to 1929, but they were still better than what they were during the Great Depression, much better. However, the politics, along with the economy, began depreciating severely in the early 1970s. Why is this? You'll find that under President Perón, and particularly under his descendants, so to speak, the protectionism became more and more severe, more and more pronounced. In other words, if you were an Indian importer, a Chinese importer, a German importer, a French importer, whatever, you want to import to Argentina, good luck. Good luck. You're going to be subjected to very high tariffs. Consumers in Argentina are going to turn away from your products because of the government tariffs. They're way too expensive. So the Argentinian consumer is forced against his or her will to buy Argentinian products. Now that might sound great from a patriotic point of view. You may also think that sounds great from an economic point of view. Well, not if taken to an extreme. Let me give an example. Because of globalization, when I lived in Thailand, I could buy many, many things at the same price as I bought in America. Maybe a tiny bit more expensive, but I didn't suffer for want of high tariffs on goods that would make those goods more expensive to me. I could buy American products in Thailand. I could buy Indian products in Thailand. I could buy British products in Thailand at a very tiny premium. However, I'll never forget, when I was on my way to Argentina, I needed to buy some clothes before I went. And one of my friends said, "Oh, why don't you wait until you go to Argentina? You can buy your clothes over there." And I thought, no, I don't want to be inconvenienced over there. I don't want to do anything that's going to interfere with my work because I want to get to work right away. I don't want to go shopping. So I did my shopping in the States for my clothes, and I went to Argentina, went to work at the University of Buenos Aires. Wow. Am I glad I bought those clothes in the States? When I got to Argentina, I found out Argentina has the highest prices for clothes anywhere in the northern and southern American hemispheres because they protect their clothing manufacturers to the extent they put high tariffs on incoming goods, for instance, clothes, very high tariffs. So people don't export their clothes into Argentina. You are forced to buy Argentinian made clothes. They are inferior quality. The prices are extreme. And even though they have used clothing markets in Buenos Aires, the prices are crazy for used clothes. Excuse me? So, globalization, would it benefit the consumer in Argentina? Without a doubt. The same thing went for shoes. Thank God I had a nice pair of shoes. To buy them in Argentina, the price is stratospheric and they're of inferior quality. I could go on and on. Why is Argentina so poor? Have they really protected the consumer? No. Computers, because of lack of respect, lack of interest for globalization, any imported computers into Argentina cost a bloody fortune. So much so that there were some flight attendants from Aerolíneas Argentina who tried to pass through Argentinian customs with one too many Apple Mac Air computers. In other words, they were smuggling, and they were arrested and prosecuted. Why did they do this? Number one, they thought that because they were airline attendants, they wouldn't have to go through customs channels, but they did. And they intended to resell those Apple computers at a huge profit in Argentina because of lack of globalization, because of protectionism. Those things cost a bloody fortune in Argentina, and only rich people can buy them. Now, this got so bad and consumers suffered so badly, there was a sort of consumer rebellion back around 2016, I'm sorry. And we had a new administration, a new president, a new Senate, a new Congress in Argentina. They drastically reduced these protectionist tariffs by about 40%. This helped a lot, but it didn't solve the problem. And now they've got a new protectionist government, which is very anti-globalization. And you got the whole thing starting again. They increased the prices on electronics. They increased the tariffs on incoming goods. So it's a mess. So would globalization benefit the citizens of Argentina? Without question. They'd have superior goods at lesser prices. So, see what else we can talk about here in regard to globalization on a worldwide scale. I know I don't have too much more time. Please excuse me while I drink a little water to clear my throat. I have approximately 10 more minutes. So why don't we look at government administrations in some of the various Western nations and how are they dealing with globalization? Remember, not everybody's happy with this. Automobile manufacturers have suffered, they continue to suffer from globalization, while consumers continue to benefit. So we have this rather terrible divide in American society. In the United Kingdom, let's talk about British cars, let's talk about British motorcycles. At one time, British cars were very highly regarded. Now the industry is almost dead. In fact, India manufacturer, I hope I pronounced this correctly. Is it called Tata or Tata? T-A-T-A. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce that correctly. They now own Jaguar. That's globalization. And they're probably going to put out a better car. Okay? Believe it or not, you don't have to be rich to own a used Jaguar. I had a used Jaguar. They don't sell for a high price because they give so many problems. And that car was made in Britain, not before Tata took over. Okay, again, I hope I pronounced that company name correctly. My car was made in Britain, and it was known for oil leaks, electrical problems, transmission problems, and this was typical British manufacturing in the 1960s. I was so glad to sell that car. It was a beautiful car. It had prestige. Who cares? Okay. But I'm sure under Indian ownership and management, it's going to be a better car. As with Enfield motorcycles, those motorcycles today, made in the factory in Chennai, are of higher quality than the Royal Enfields that were made for decades in England. Okay. I mean, they have GPS, they have fuel injection, they have better metal castings. There's no comparison. So have the British consumers profited from globalization? They're importing Indian Enfields into Britain. They're importing Indian Jaguars into Britain. Yes, the British people are getting a better quality item for a better price. Are the workers at the old Jaguar plant in England unhappy or perhaps unemployed? Yeah, this is terrible. It's sad, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? The consumer is king, and to appeal to patriotism and say, hey, let's be patriotic. Let's buy a British car. British made in Britain. Good luck. Mine leaked oil. The electrical system was a disaster. And the transmission went out. Will I buy another one made in Britain? No, thank you. That was bad enough. Would I buy one in India? If I had the money. Right now, I don't. I will definitely consider it. Would I buy an old Royal Enfield made in Britain? No way. They leak oil. They have bad electrics. They fall apart. But the India Enfields, Royal Enfield made in Chennai, have excellent quality attributes. The consumer is king. They don't go against their natural interests. And their natural interests are a better price at better quality. Now, in closing, I'd like to say that everything's going to be wonderful. Everybody's going to be happy. Globalization is a wonderful thing for everybody. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I do not know the answer to the questions. For instance, we have American corn being imported into Mexico. The American corn is of higher quality. And this was done purposely under the North American Free Trade Agreement. The idea was, okay, we know the American corn is of higher quality, and we know it's going to severely hurt the Mexican corn industry, corn production, the Mexican farmer. But it's okay, because we believe, the Mexican politicians believe, that a natural transformation will occur. The Mexican farmers will look at the factories coming up in Mexico, and there are, and they're going to say, hey, I'm going off of the farm. I'm going to get a better paying job at the factory. I'm going to give up farming. Oh, one problem. Actually, more than one problem. Yes, they're building a lot of factories in Mexico. The factories are almost all on the USA-Mexico border in cities like Tijuana, Mexicali, Calexico, Nogales, Nuevo Laredo. Guess what? Those Mexican farmers are way in the interior, hundreds of miles, hundreds of kilometers away. They can't just say, oh, I'm going to, pack my lunch and I'm going to go to the factory. What? They're going to leave their families behind hundreds of miles, hundreds of kilometers away and go to the factory? No, they're not. And they're not doing it. What are they doing? They're suffering. Because in their case, globalization is not working for them. The Mexican people are not buying Mexican corn in Mexico. They're buying American corn in Mexico. Well, this is benefiting the Mexican consumer. It's not benefiting the Mexican farmer. How do we help the Mexican farmer? He's not going to go to work in those factories hundreds of kilometers away and abandon his family. And he's not going to bring his family up there to work because the rents are expensive. The factory jobs pay poorly. What are we going to do? Is the Mexican government going to give all those farmers money? Okay, well, for how long can they do that? Are they going to inflate the currency so they can save the Mexican farmers? Well, you can't really do that. What do we do with the unemployed Jaguar production staff in England? I don't know. We're going to retrain them to be software developers? Well, maybe some, but not everybody's going to have that talent. What are we going to do with eventually Harley-Davidson going bankrupt in the States because they can't compete with Honda of Japan or Enfield of India? What do we do with those people? There's thousands and thousands and thousands of people that will probably lose their job. I don't know what we're going to do with them. We're going to retrain them as nuclear scientists? Who's going to pay for that? So, in closing, I'd like to say, in fact, I'd like to reiterate that for the most part, globalization definitely benefits consumers worldwide. In terms of facilitating the movement of human capital, let's say Indian engineers into the Silicon Valley, to facilitate the transport of superior products, let's say Enfield motorcycles back into England, where they're better today made in India than they were when they were made in England. To facilitate logistics and distribution of Honda motorcycles into Germany, which is hurting the BMW motorcycle industry. Does this benefit the German consumer? Absolutely. Is a Honda a better motorcycle than a BMW? Absolutely. Will this make the BMW production staff at the BMW factories in Berlin, will it make them happy? No. Will they lose their jobs? Probably. How will we help them? I don't know. So I do want to say that this is a real conundrum of a sort, globalization. And I can only hope for the best for the people who continue to benefit. And even more so, I hope for the best for the people who are being displaced worldwide because of the steady march of progress. I want to thank everyone for having me here. I really appreciate it. And I'm very honored. Again, a little bit off the subject. I love your country. I love your literature. I love your music. I love your cinema. And your people have treated me very kindly during my trips to both Mumbai and Calcutta. I would also love to see your city. I would love to explore other areas of India like Rajasthan. I've always heard it's so beautiful there. And again, I want to thank you. I will conclude my speech at this time. And if I can help you with anything, please contact me at any time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are
Thank you.
agree with you that the world of globalization has brought a great change around, having both negative and positive impacts. Movement of product, human beings, and knowledge has influenced post-colonialism. Sir talked on protectionism, consumerism, etc. with regard to the subject post-colonialization, post-colonialism and globalization. With various lively experiences and observations, sir deliberated over the topic very impressively. Thank you so much, sir, for such an
Thank you.
excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you so much. Yes.
I would like to introduce chairperson for the session, Dr. Ghanshyam. Sir is a professor of English at Directorate Higher Education, Chhattisgarh, Raipur. Currently, sir is an in charge of state level quality assurance cell as officer on special duty. He has 26 years of teaching experience in higher education, including postgraduate and undergraduate classes. He has 96 research papers published in international and national journals and edited books with 14 books to his credit. He has guided 7 PhD and 3 MPhil scholars. He was awarded the Associateship of Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. He is a fellow of Royal Aesthetic Society of Great Britain, Ireland, and fellow of Guide of Independent Scholars, International University of Humanities and Social Sciences, Costa Rica. He has delivered nearly 100 talks as a resource person and keynote speaker. It will be a great opportunity to listen to you, sir. Welcome to you, and over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Madhavi, for introducing me in such a great way. And indeed, it's a pleasure to join all of you on this virtual platform today. And I deem it my pleasure to be on this virtual platform with Professor Angelo, who has delivered on post-colonialism and globalization. And when he was just a note of everything he has just delivered, he was talking about the commercial aspect, he was talking about the economical aspect, he was talking about the social aspect, he was talking about the cultural aspect, he was talking about the industry, just 42 things. He made he said, consumer in this particular world of globalization, the biggest market in the world, and all settling down in India, and all those companies which are coming to India are paving a way to it. So globalization in a way has helped not only in the global scenario, but also in the local scenario. And having said that, what is most important thing is think locally and act globally. What Professor Angelo has said, the industry of Japan has completely devastated the toys industry in America. The same thing happened in India also. Many of the toys industries was devastated because the Chinese models, they came into India. And everywhere you will find the idols of gods and goddesses, and even the toys, every beautiful toys, they are made in China. So I remember when I went to England, I wanted to purchase something, and I asked that if I go back to India, I'll take something which is made in England. So I searched for it, and I found one sweater, and I thought no label is there, so maybe it has been made in England. But when I came back to my home and I opened it, and when I saw the label, it was mentioned made in China. So entirely in everywhere you will find these industries, the very what you call mushrooming kind of cottage industries, have not only entered various countries of the world, but they have dominated the entire countries. And that was the stage of India also. In the long past, we have seen India has n number of cottage industries, and India has developed into such a great industrial empire And even today also, we have seen so many small scale industries and the cottage industries are there in India, in our own country, but we never nurture them. We go for the westernization. And that's why I request all of us to read Max Muller, who has written a wonderful book, India, What Can It Teach Us? In that, Max Muller says, India is a country in the world which has everything, whatever you find anywhere in the world. If you come across any kind of a problem anywhere in the world, you will find the answer only and only in India. So India is a country which has developed immensely. Even in the past, if you see, the first plastic surgery was done by Sushrut in India. Charak, Sushrut, Aryabhat, Bhaskar, what not we have. We have immense treasure of ours. But when you look at the European countries, we find that the materialism and the entered India, which has devastated these very essence of Indianness. So now the time is to take this Indianness, to take this local product into the global market by competing with the global standards. So that's the need of the hour. In this post-colonialism and in this globalization, what is very important is what, according to Simon Gicordi, he says, post-colonialism with the origin of literary criticism has produced a series of nouns such as hybridity, transculturization. So this transculturization, hybridity, these are the basic products of post-colonialism. And when the hybridity comes into existence, and when this chutnification of the cultures, chutnification of the languages, chutnification of various other things are coming into the prime, then there is a need to understand the very essence of localization. And that's why cultural globalization, cultural homogeneity, and cultural heterogeneity, all these are emerging in this post-colonial world. So in that way, Arif Derrick, a post-colonial critic, he says, the importance of globalization for post-colonial studies first lies in the complete representation of global power relation structure. And the power relation is rooted in the heritage of Western imperialism in the, and the way local societies respond to the pressure of globalization is similar to the way colonized societies respond to the role of imperialism. So the response is there. So in that way, I think this globalism has to mingle with the localism, and local and global will come together so that we can call glocalization. It's not globalization now, but it has become glocalization now, and all the locals are turning into global and the globals are turning into local. So it's a glocalization which we can see in the later part of the 21st century and in the 22nd century. All these will come into existence. Then as in Rigveda, it is being said, in the beginning, there was no margin. In the beginning, there was no center. At the end, there will be no margin. And at the end, there will be no center. So the center will not hold. So entire universe will become ours, and we will become the ultimate product of this glocalization, which will come into existence in the near future to come. So it was indeed a pleasure listening to Professor Angelo on this virtual platform, and I thank the organizers, my dearest friend, Mr. Ajit, and the Prince. Could see Dr. Praveen Joshi, Dr. Umila Dabir also on the platform. So thanks a lot for providing me a wonderful opportunity to interact with you all. And thank you, Madhvi ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening the participants with your resourceful address on post-colonialism and globalization. On behalf of the host institutions, I express my humble thankfulness to you, sir. For the further proceedings, I hand over the proceedings to Dr. Shekhar Vispute, sir.
May I intervene? May I intervene, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you, Professor Angelo and Professor Ghansham. But at the same time, I would also like you to join us at the valedictory function around 2 p.m. IST. Around 2 p.m. IST, that is in about 3 hours from now. It will be pleasure for us if you could join.
Yes, sir.
I
Thank you very
can
much.
do that. Yeah, about 3 hours from now. Yeah.
3 hours from now.
Okay. Sure. No
Thank-
problem.
Thank
You're
you. Thank
welcome.
you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Over to you, Dr. Madhvi Morin.
I request Shekhar Vispute sir to take the charge of further proceedings.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Well, due to some unavoidable circumstances, Shekhar couldn't join us. So I am there to take his part. And we'll be moving on to the next session. That is a paper reading session, the third paper reading session of this two-day e-conference. And I welcome on behalf of the three organizing colleges and the participants, I welcome Madam Dr. Meenakshi Chaube, who is the chairperson for this session. Madam is an alumnus of Banaras Hindu University, and at current she is serving as professor and head Department of English at JH Government PG College, Baitul, Madhya Pradesh. Under her supervision, 6 students have been awarded PhD, and she has presented more than 107 to be specific, papers in the national and international conferences. About 30 of her research papers have been published in the reputed national and international journals. She has been invited to deliver lectures at the virtual classes organized by the Higher Education Department of Madhya Pradesh government. She has been a subject expert, appointed a subject expert at Chhindwara University and also at Sant Gadge Baba University of Amravati. Ma'am is on the editorial board editorial advisory board of the reputed journal, the Indian Journal of English Studies. A member, she is a member on the Central Board of Studies in the Department of English of Higher Education, Madhya Pradesh. She is a member of BOS of English of Chhindwara University, and ma'am has been along with this responsibilities, ma'am is also was in charge of NAC and IQAC coordinator for at her institution for the last 10 years. She is also a creative writer, and she writes both in Hindi and English. Recently, she has been conferred with Manikarnika Samman for her contribution to the education of girls. So I welcome ma'am to this paper reading session and hand over the mic to her to start the proceedings. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words. A very good morning to all the dignitaries and participants here. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this e-conference, especially Dr. Praveen Joshi, sir, who has always been a constant source of inspiration to me. I would also like to thank Madam Dr. Urmila Dabir and Dr. Kapil Singhal, sir, for inviting me to chair this paper reading session. I also welcome all the paper presenters to this two-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. Sir, I think in this third paper presentation session, we have 9 paper presenters.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to congratulate the paper presenters for their papers have been selected for this e-conference. And I think this is going to be of 90 minutes duration. And each participant will be given 10 minutes to present.
10 minutes.
Yes, yeah. 10 minutes to present his or her paper. The presenters, I have the list with me. The presenters in this session are Kshama Patil, Deepak Maharaj, Sharana Gonda, Mrs. Shreya Oke, Milind S. Shende, Rupesh S. Pankhade, Dr. Nidhi Mishra, Rashmi Kumari, and Rekha Nair. So let us see whether Kshama Patil has joined us or not. Kshama Patil.
I have joined.
Okay, yeah. Welcome, Kshama Patil.
Kshama
Patil is a research scholar at Dhanvati National College in Nagpur. and she is going to present her paper on migrants' agony and ordeal as reflected in Oleander Girl. You can start with your paper.
Good morning, one and all.
Good
I am
morning.
Shama Patil, research scholar, DNC, College Nagpur. First of all, I want to express my gratitudes to three organizer colleges, BSW Mahavidyalay, RKMM Nagpur, and VNGI-AS Nagpur for organizing today International E-Conference. I welcome Chairperson Dr. Meenakshi Chaubey ma'am and all the dignitaries and fellow participants. Am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes,
ma'am.
you are. Yes,
Carry
you
on.
are
You
audible.
are audible.
Thank you. The title of my research is Migrants' Agony, an Ordeal as Reflected in Oriental Girl. Migration is the dispersal of the people from their homeland to some new land. Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni has always been concerned tremendously with the experience of migrants Indian women. She always gives attention to the issues of migrants and highlights the psychological conflicts and dilemma that the migrants undergo while compromising on an adjustment with the new culture in which they are placed. This research paper focuses on conflict, agony, and ordeal of migrant characters of Chitra Banerjee's Oleander Girl. Many theorists came forward to opine their ideas on diaspora, and they categorized different type of diaspora on the basis of the reasons behind the migration to other land from their native land. According to Nicholas Van, there are mainly four types of causes, such as economic cause like to enhance the career or to find the work, political cause like political persecution or war, like we are seeing in Afghanistan nowadays, environmental cause like natural disasters like floods and all, social cause for better life or marriages, etc. In the novel of Chitra Banerjee, we find the heart of her work. It has been her desire to go beyond her silence about migrant women to penetrate into their problems and desires and ability to fight the circumstances. While speaking at IIT Gandhinagar, she says, quote, I quote, my migration made me writer because I missed my life in Kolkata. I unquote. Hence, she started writing about migration and displacement. So diaspora became her major theme of writing while deals with two cultures, two attitudes, two personalities of same person. Due to this, a diasporian gets caught into mental state of agony and frustration. According to Neelu Jain, in her research, Divakaruni relates the tales and traditions through her characters, hints towards the means used by the immigrant to keep intact the Indian culture among their children in Indian land. Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni mainly portrays the truthful picture of the plight of Indian women, their great suffering, their humble submission, and undeserved humiliation in male-dominating society. D. Dhanalakshmi, in her thesis titled Diasporic Experience of Women in Select Novel of Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni, has found out that Chitra Banerjee mainly discusses the experience of migrant women and their conflicts. Chitra Banerjee especially highlights the women characters when they go to other country and feel alienated and lost. In search of their self-identity and respect, a lot of mental friction occurs in their mind, which results in the mental distress, trauma, anger, agony, and ordeal. Chitra Banerjee skillfully portrays her characters and bring out all the psychological aspects of her characters in vivid manner. In Oleander Girl, a Bildungsroman novel built around the crucial moments in the lives of three generations of women in an Indian American family. In Oleander Girl, it has been seen that Corby is struggling through all the odds and how she takes the journey to America in search of her lost father after 9/11 and encounters with many challenges and thus results in psychological agony and ordeal. According to Rustamji and Khan, Devakaruni once again reveals her ability to create subtle image of women's anguish when trapped in terrible relationships when forced to live within rigid codes. The protagonist of the novel is an 18-year-old young girl. She stays with her grandparents and studies in a boarding school. She knows very less about her mother, when died while giving her birth, and father, a lawyer who died in a car accident. After finishing school, she enters into adulthood and gets engaged to Rajat. She comes to know reality about about her parents and suddenly feels she has lost her identity. Her grandmother reveals the truth about her father and to her, and that he is alive and he lives in America and his name is Rob. And this the discovery about her parents completely ruins her peaceful life and shatters her deep within. In the quest of a true identity, she motivates herself across the ocean to navigate to whom she was born. She experiences tremendous psychological conflict and agony. All she knows about herself was a lie. To find out the truth, she decides to go to America and to explore whereabouts of her father. So she takes up the challenge to dig out the truth about herself, her self identity, and ventures towards a foreign land. She knows that it is going to be a very challenging path to search a man on a foreign land without even a photograph. She gives up her peaceful, secured, and settled life in Kolkata, and even her love in order to find her identity. Diasporic consciousness of the author Chitra Banerjee always reflects in her work to various characters, situations, and experiences. Corby takes the risk of leaving everything behind and move to an unknown land in the search of her identity and to unveil the family secrets. When she arrives at America, Mitra was supposed to come for her escort, but after a pretty long time since her arrival, she finds him nowhere. She gets scared and becomes worried and annoyed and says, I quote, always, I am losing my Indian courtesies. I am thinking them of survival like an immigrant. I unquote. Getting physically and mentally settled and psychologically comfortable in a new and unknown country proves a tremendous ordeal for the migrants. Therefore, they undergo enormous agony and torture that results in severe anguish. In New York, an unknown city, Corby travels from end to end by bus. Due to all these experiences, she undergoes all types of emotion and anger, sorrow, distress, and disgust in the host country. Corby suddenly plunges into illegitimate child of for Rajat's family and society. She takes up all the risk of social as well as geographic arena like other migrants. Corby also gives us all comfort and luxuries in the foreign land. Furthermore, she meets up three men named Rob, but experiences which Corby encounters left her shattered because one of the men she meets to investigate whether he is her father attempts and physical abuse on her. This incident makes her disturbed, dismayed, and distempered. In another incident, a named Rob thinks she is doing all the investigation to confiscate his money. She meets up all three men, but discovered to her disappointment that they are not her relatives. This rummage of her to locate her father goes in vain, and she feels tremendous disappointment, frustration, and dissatisfaction. All these emotions brings her psychological conflict in her. She is about to give up her search. Corby's search faces various obstacles and hurdles one after another. It is seen that Chitra Banerjee has successfully shown psychological conflict that Corby goes through due to social and cultural ideologies in her writings that character experiences in foreign land. Corby restores her hope and mental strength and meets Meera Anand, who accepts knowing her mother Anu Roy and her father Rob Lacey. Enormous pressure and conflict surrounds her when she comes to know that her father is an African American. I quote, because all because we all made huge wrong assumptions, Grandma. I want to know to sit down by the telephone before I tell you. My father is not white, he is black. It sounded like you said my father is black. That's what I said. My father is African American. I unquote. Divakaruni exhibits the way Karabi undergoes agony due to lack of money, as money is very important thing on an alien land, and in the way this young women withstand with all the problems courageously. When she goes back to Vic to Boston to inquire about Rob events, when she learns that the man is nothing to do with her mother, despaired and demoralized, Corby felt hopeless. Due to her Indian upbringing and cultural values, Corby faces a lot of problem in California and was going through very tough time and lost in she gets lost in the labyrinth of her thoughts. I quote, "My life feels too heavy for me to shoulder alone. I thought myself strong and brave, smart and adventurous, but I was just a girl who needed someone to hold me." I unquote. Towards the end of the novel, Corby learns from her father that her parents are unmarried and she is born out of wedlock and she is an illegitimate child. This fact devastated her and her entire notion about herself, of who she is, shaken up. I quote, "Your mother and I were never married." For a moment, the word hovered in the air between us, meaningless. I stared at him aghast. I unquote. According to V. Samuel Morris and M. Pankhuri, in their research title, Deterritorialization and Traumatic Experiences of the Protagonist in Oleander Girl, have found that Corabi undergoes series of traumatic experiences, but she becomes strong enough to troublesome encounters and find her real identity by herself.
Just a minute, Kshama Patil.
Yes, ma'am.
Please come to the concluding part of your research paper.
Yes, ma'am, I am going for the conclusion. According to Lee's theory of migration, there is also a personal factor for which people migrate. For Korabi, it is both social cause as well as personal cause. Migrants' life is full of challenges. Thus, it is seen that Divakaruni skillfully brings out the challenges faced by migrants. The conservative and contemporary values are needed very proficiently in bringing out psychological state faced by migrant characters in the patriarchal Indian society. Prevalence of traditions and customs. Korabi's mother Anu's life gets ruined and brings suffering due to the cultural ideologies and social mimics. Migrant girl gets trapped under the shackle of identity crisis, due to which she has to go through severe ordeal. Thus, Chitra Banerjee articulates the life of migrants and their quest for self-identity gets caught between two worlds, two cultures, and results in all type of conflicts, left them with agony and torture. I rest my words. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kshama Patil.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll give my comments at the end of the session. Let us invite the second presenter, that is Deepak Maharaj from the University of Fiji, Sony campus, Lotoka. Let us see whether he has joined or not. Deepak Maharaj.
I'm here, ma'am.
Yeah, Deep Maharaj is there.
Okay, so Deep is teaching assistant in LLC department, the University of Fiji, Sony campus, Lotoka, and his topic is post-colonial issues in Gene Rice, White Sargasso Sea. So you can start with your presentation, Mr. Deep.
Thank you, madam. Namaste and a very warm greetings to you all from Fiji Islands. My paper this evening is titled Post-Colonial Issues in Gene Rice's White Sargasso Sea. Post-colonial era is discretely the period when the wrath of colonialism came to an end in most of the colonized countries. It was during that time and when many works started getting published by decolonized writers, stating the bittersweet memories of their experiences from the colonial rule. Those pieces of literature published after the colonial rule is referred to as post-colonial literature. However, in the world of post-colonial literature, the name of British woman writer Jean Rhys is printed in gold. She has written novels for at least two crucial periods in her literary history. Published in the year 1966, White Sargasso Sea is considered as Rhys's masterpiece contribution to the era of post-colonial literature. The novel is regarded as the prequel of Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, which published in 1847, and is regarded as the most intensively studied and firmly explored English novels of all time. It has captured the world's attention and aroused a heated discussion amongst the literature circle. White Sargasso Sea can be categorized under countless perspectives, namely a feminist criticism, post-colonial criticism, or a perspective of a double decolonization. I wish to highlight on the three major issues: slavery, male dominance, and displacement, as emphasized by Rhys in her novel White Sargasso Sea. I will also discuss the writer's intentions on stressing these issues in her novel. To begin with, slavery tends to be a pertinent issue in White Sargasso Sea. It had, Slavery tends to be a pertinent issue for many countries around the globe. It had been there for centuries, but was at a higher degree during the time of colonialism. People of inferior race were deemed as slaves and were beaten up for issues that were not necessarily of concern at many a times. In the novel, there is a constant rift between the Creoles and the Jamaicans. The black people continued to serve the Creoles even after the passing of Emancipation Act in 1833. Part 1 of the novel sheds light on the ex-slaves who had worked on the sugarcane plantations of rich Creoles. Although the Emancipation Act had freed the slaves when Antoniette was still a child, the compensation of the black workers on the island was overdue, and the servants were still ill-treated by their white employers. Moreover, it all boils down at the beginning of the novel when the Jamaican slaves are portrayed as enraged beings, upset for many reasons. Also, there are traits of hybridity linking to slavery in the novel as well. For example, Christophine tends to stand apart from the other Jamaican servants because she is initially from the French Caribbean island of Martinique. Therefore, there is a large population who belong to the mixed race because white slave owners in the Caribbean and the other parts of the world were infamous for sexually abusing and impregnating female slaves. Sandy and Daniel Causeway, two of Alexander Causeway's illegitimate children, are also examples of hybridity in the colonized society. In the colonial era, it was common for the white rulers to sexually abuse the female slaves as there was little to no say for the enslaved. People, white people, looked at the slaves as objects of pleasure, entertainment, and as beings who were only born to serve them and work on their plantations. The whites exploited their slaves in every possible way before and even after the Emancipation Act had passed. Furthermore, Rees also explores on the theme of women's subjugation to male authority in White Sargasso Sea. In the novel, female characters are introduced as feeble beings who are dependent on men around them for legal, sexual, and financial securities. When Antoniette's father passes away, her mother relies on her second marriage to bring back her status in society. She wants to escape from Calibri and regain status amongst her friends. The men in the novel can be categorized as ultimate opportunists who use their wives as a key to access wealth. Both Annette and Antoniette are dependent on men near to them like children depending on their parents for things. Antoniette, for example, is unable to free herself from Rochester's brutality because she has no financial independence. When she married him, all the money in her dowry was given to him without any condition or stipulation. Rochester tries to be in control and oppress Antoniette by changing her identity as well. This is apparent that Rochester's dominance and power comes from patriarchal and colonial ideology, thus making him a double colonizer rather. Rochester has control of Antoniette's assets, oppresses her by changing her identity, and labels her maid. The mother-daughter duo get married to Englishmen in hopes of appeasing their fears, but the men betray and abandon them. This is the dependency and childlike reliance on men that leads to Annette and Antoniette's madness, followed by death. Besides male dominance, Rhys presents the idea of a lack of belonging in the character of Antoniette. Although she was born and raised in Caribbean, she never felt like she belonged there. This was due to the fact that she grew up in a society that treated her poorly, and this drove her to become a loner. Likewise, Antonia's husband Rochester had no one that he could relate to regarding his emotions. As a person deemed a powerful Western man, he had to keep his emotions in check and not reveal them to the public gaze. A person experiencing a sense of not belonging characterizes the concept of displacement, which comes under the theory of post-colonialism. Thus, the novel revolves around the issues of displacement of many characters, just like a plant being uprooted and replanted on a foreign land away from its locale. Like other novels, White Sargasso Sea also introduces us with Rhys's yet another female character who is intertwined in the themes of oppression, male dominance, and victimization. The novel also deals with many poignant issues that were pertinent in the post-emancipation era. The issues are related to Rhys's personal experiences to some extent. For example, his great-grandfather was a slave owner, and she experienced backlash at times for being a Creole. However, she denied the fact that she was a white and identified herself as a black most of the times. In addition, Rhys also depicted the female dependence on men around them as one of the issues in White Sargasso Sea. Similarly, this trend can be linked to Rhys's personal life, whereby in her lifetime she constantly moved on and remarried 3 times after separating from her spouses, either legally or due to death. Hence, one can easily say that her novels are a depiction of her experiences. All these issues were pertinent in the post-colonial era, and Rhys, belonging to that era, made it even easier for her to step into the shoes of the characters from her novels and pen the details with accuracy. Rhys, with the help of her colonial Caribbean background, paved her way into the world of literature with an idea of sharing her modernist styles and themes via her literary works. She managed to link her texts with the readers by introducing modern themes like destitution, marginalized identities, alienation, oppression, and quest for freedom. Disruptions of empires and colonial migration were constant subtexts in most of her works. Rhys herself felt displaced when she first reached to England. This constituent is seen in her first novel, Voyage in the Dark, which published in 1934.
Please conclude.
To conclude, although the colonial era has come to an end, this misfortune of that period remains fresh in our minds due to the various post-colonial texts that depicted ebb details and issues in an ingenious way for the readers. The post-colonial writers have brilliantly kept that era alive via their texts and other literary contributions. Jean Rhys is no different. Her text, White Sargasso Sea, depicts many post-colonial yet modern issues that many can relate to. She has penned the novel by reconciling the plot with her own experiences. Issues such as slavery, male dominance, and displacement are still part of our world, but at different levels. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Deepak Maharaj. And let us invite the third presenter, and that is Sharana Gowda, research scholar. Let us see whether she has joined or not.
Madam, good morning. Very good morning, one and all.
Okay.
I'm going to.
Are you Sharana Gowda?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Okay. So let me introduce you. The next research scholar is Sharana Gowda, and he's from Vijayanagar Sri Krishnadev Arya University, Bellary, Karnataka, and he is going to present his paper on social reality in the place of Badal Sarkar, Utpal Dutt, Habib Tanveer, and Safdar Hashmi. Okay, you can start with your paper.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. Hello, madam. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, madam. My research paper is social realities in the place of Badal Sarkar, for that Habib Tanveer and Shabda Rasmi. And this paper presents or aims at the contribution of Habib Tanveer, Badal Sarkar, and Utpal Dutt, Shabda Rasmi with reference to social realism and theater movement. So, firstly, I would like to tell about the introduction. Drama is an effective literary form that has a corrective value. Theatre can be used as an weapon to present the social issues of post-independence era. By studying these dramatic arts of these writers, one can know much about the social evils. Such works are an asset to English literature in general and Indian English literature in particular. The evaluation of modern theatre has been grateful to contribution of Badal Sarkar, Utpal Dutt, Shabda Rasmi, and Habib Tanveer. The next, I would like to I want to tell about social realism. It is an artistic movement. It is an artistic movement that depicts the harsh realities of society that people face in society. Social realism was a popular visual artistic expression. It has been changing from time to time through the contributions of artists like Caravaggio, Gustave Flaubert, Melanchthon, Goya, Esteban Murillo, Luke Willis. It is one of the popular forms of art in Russia. The Soviet Union, David Siqueiros popularized it in Mexico. As the days passed by, literature gave distinct products to realism, social realism, and socialism. And social realism depicts social and racial injustice, economic hardship through unvarnished pictures of social life struggles, often depicting working activities as heroic. The movement is a style of painting in which the scenes depicted typically convey a message of a social or political protest edged with satire. So, with reference to social realism, the first writer I would like to tell about Habib Tanveer. He is a poet, playwright, and director and actor. He was the son of Hafiz Ahmad Khan from Peshawar. Was born on 1st September 1923 in Raipur. Is one of the best places Agra Bazaar. Agra Bazaar. It is a play performed on street play performed on public. So it is a Agra Bazaar based on Nazir Akbarabadi is Urdu poet.
Excuse me. Please skip the biographical details of the playwrights, please.
Okay. Habib Ahmad Khan alias Habib Tanveer is a poet, playwright, director, and actor. He was a son of Hafiz Ahmad Khan from Peshawar. Was born on 1st September 1923 in Raipur, Chhattisgarh. He pioneered plays in Urdu and Hindi. He completed his matriculation in Raipur from Lawri Municipal High School. In 1944, studied his graduation in Nagpur. from Morris College. After finishing his post-graduation at Aligarh Muslim University, he moved to Bombay to join All India Radio in the capacity of the producer. During this time, he founded time to author some plays. A significant play of Habib Tanvir is Agra Bazar. Agra Bazar. It is based on Nazir Akbarabadi, a Urdu poet. Is a contemporary of Ghalib. It was an open air performance. He worked on unstudied artists and actors in and around Chhattisgarh. Akbarbadi play depicts the I'd like to tell later. And so second one, Badal Sarkar. Badal Sarkar, born Sudhindra Sarkar, was born in a family of Bengal Christians. His education was done at a Scottish Church Collegiate School. His father was a professor of history in a Scottish Church College. So he finished his graduation there. He did his civil engineering at the Bengal Engineering College, Sibpur, Howrah. He obtained the degree of Master of Arts in Comparative Literature from the University of Jadavpur, Kolkata. He worked for India, Nigeria, and England as a town planner. He was an actor turned director and writer of the plays too, especially comedies. His experiments with the stage, costumes, and presenting skills added new angles to theatre. This enabled him to create a genre called third theatre. In other words, it is a direct communication with the audience on realistic grounds. In other words, he did not much of the makeup, light, and costumes. They were open air presentations of the play in simple terms with a minimal props was his intention by convening the motto and message. Participation of the audience was a unique aspect. So in 1951, his play, he gathered some enthusiasts of the stage who were given the name of Shatabdi. His play Ibong Indrajit 1963 was later performed by a group of concerts that brought in instant name and fame. It is the three people's play, Kamal, Bhimal, and Amal, with Indrajit alone. A sequel to this is followed by Baki Tyas, Remaining History, Pralap, Delirium, Tringsha Shatabdi, 13th century, Paglagoda, A Mad Horse, Shesha Nahi, There Is No Hand. All these plays were staged by Bahurupi group of Shambhu.
Please come to the conclusion.
Okay. Madam, these four playwrights and their contribution to Indian society have been unforgettable. They aimed at the thematic value and desired corrective measures taken by the playwrights and dramatists. Badal Sarkar, Utpadat, Shabdarasmi, and Habib Tanvir were playwrights who gave new perspectives and horizons to the literary form. The time was post-independence era. By studying these dramatic arts of these writers, one can know much about the social evils. Such works are an asset to English literature. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mrs. Shreya Okay. Let us see whether she has joined or not. Mrs. Shreya.
Yes, ma'am. I'm there.
Okay, Mrs. Shreya is from Dharmpet College, and her topic is Poetic Impression of Violence in Gyev Patel's Verse. Okay, you can start, Mrs. Shreya.
Yes, ma'am.
Please stick to the time.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 10 minutes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers of this two-day International E-Conference on Post-Colonial Writings for giving me this golden opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper is Poetic Impressions of Violence in Patel's Verse. It is a paper based on Jiv Patel's poetic works. I am very sure that all of you are well acquainted about Jiv Patel. Here is a short briefing about him. Jiv Patel is a noted poet, painter, dramatist, as well as a doctor by profession. Poems, How Do You Withstand Body, Mirrored Mirroring are his poetry anthologies. He has been inspired by poets like Nizam Ezekiel and A.K. Ramanujan. This paper is an analysis of some of Jiv Patel's poems which depict violence in today's society. The poet is alarmed and shocked at the rise of violence in the society. His poems are a portrayal of pitiless violent acts which take place in almost every nook and corner of the country. Violence in war and communal riots, cruelty of man towards fellow beings, unreasonable brutality and animal desire are the topics of some of his poems which will be discussed in today's paper. His poems like Audience, Continuum, University depict violence. Objectification of man can be seen in poems like University and the ambiguous fate of Jiv Patel, he being neither Muslim nor Hindu in India. Mobs in rage, slashing and slicing of men can be seen in the poem like Audience. The first poem which I will discuss today is the poem University. This poem is a poetic narrative of the cold-blooded annihilation of hundreds in Dhaka University during the Bangladesh revolt in 1971. During this period, the Pakistani army savagely massacred hundreds of innocent people. The poet equates the massacre of the men to the slaughter of chicken. Violence and murder of human beings have become so routine and incessant that the victims have become too meek to afford a murmur of revolt. So Patel ironically equates the massacre of men to the slaughter of chicken. He says, as no one cries when chicken is butchered, no wailing or moaning is heard. So Patel says that why should he mourn when men are killed? I would like to quote a few lines from this poem. He compares the students to lifeless dolls. Students, dolls emptied into untimely graves. May your order rise and trip up our brains. Tell us to change our thought. Through this poem, the poet has tried to invoke the feelings of sympathy and make the people realize what can be the bad effects of such types of alarming spurt in violence. Audience, this poem is a depiction of how people stand as mute spectators when a man is publicly tortured and subjected to pain and agony. The poet questions the readers whether this kind of tormentation is different from other kinds of torture inflicted on man in closed rooms. The rising cries of agony, sounds smothered in shut rooms, are these two different in any way? Anyway, these continuous cries of pain resound in the universe. I would like to quote a few lines from this poem. Match weight for weight, the shared full-throated applause of a crowd. The poet here wants to say he is really distressed to describe how when the blows are on the victim's body and how the people cheer and applaud when such types of crimes are being committed in the open public. But he says that is it in any way different from those types of crimes which are committed behind closed bars, because those over there, the agony and the moans of the victim are hushed up and they cannot be heard, whereas here the cries can reach the atmosphere. But in any way, both the types of cries of agony resound in the atmosphere. Day to day gauge the distance. In this poem, there is a depiction of destruction caused by war. The poet visualizes himself as a near victim with terror lurking around him. If the globe was recast as a sheet of paper and pins were pointed at such places where wars and violent activities are taking place, then the poet finds that he is at such a precarious, perilous position. Irrespective of the geographical location of any place, whether what is the latitude, longitude, the pole, or even a person located at the equator, each and every person today is in a perilous position because wars are raging across the world. Quoting a few lines from this poem, day to day gauge the distance I am held from slaughter, unfold the ball of the world onto paper, place pins to mark and mark slaughter, move us among latitudes, longitudes, freeze the victim's blood at polar limits, let equator gut the body's flesh to wax, inviolate I stand pinpointed while slaughter moves on. Continuum. This poem is a depiction of how Patel is deeply hurt, distressed, and agonized by the wounds inflicted on the victim during the acts of violence. The cries of the agony of the tortured have been compared to a sad song which is being played regularly as if by a choir group. Quoting a few lines from this poem, a chorale daily rises from the world's forsaken cellars, where tormentor coaxes a song from an object, a song of ravaged pitch, the century's folk song, and would you have me ignore it? The poet says that these cries of the victimized populace cannot be ignored at all. The next poem to be discussed is the ambiguous fate of Jiv Patel, he being neither Muslim nor Hindu in India. This poem is an ironical reference to the communal riots in India, the riots taking place between the Muslims and Hindus. This is a reference to the rise of cult of violence in India today. There is a brutal urge to wound, torture, and kill fellow human beings. This disrupts the peace and harmony of the country and gives immense hurt to Jiv Patel and also his entire Parsi community who are on neither side. There is a tendency to withdraw into a shell over this post-colonial crisis faced by the Parsis. I would like to quote a few lines from this poem. Bodies turn ashen and shrivel while I only burn my tail. So here the poet feels that he is not happy with his detached tone because he is unable to do anything over here. And although he is not directly involved, but the pain and the hurt can be felt by him very much. Conclusion. Through his poems, Jiv Patel wants to highlight the fact that violence in today's society leads to unnecessary loss of property as well as lives. The barbaric acts of violence are reprehensible and must be condemned by one and all. Thus, Patel's poems are a call for establishing peace and harmony in today's society. Thank you.
Congratulations, Ashriya. It was really a scholarly paper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to invite Milind S. Shende. Kapil sir, please see whether Milind has joined us or not.
Yes, Allah.
किती वाजताचा आहे व्हॅलिडिटी?
8चं दिलं मला त्याला. सुरू नाही होते आता सध्या.
Hello, Kapil sir.
नाही ईमेल येतात मी ओपन करून घेता. तरी माझे 2-4 हेडफोन ठेवायचे आणि त्यातून
Our next presenter is Milind S. Shende. Let us see whether the presenter has joined us or not.
Who's there?
Milind S. Shende.
Yeah, Milind Shende, sir. I've sent him the message. The next, just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, the next one is Rupesh Wankhade.
Okay. Let us invite Rupesh.
त्यांचा आवाज कमी करून ठेवून देऊ का?
Even Rupesh hasn't joined, I suppose.
Okay. After that, Dr.
Nidhi Mishra, ma'am.
आता सध्या म्यूट आहे ना आपण.
Nidhi Mishra, Rashmi Kumari.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yeah. We can start with Rashmi, ma'am.
Okay, Rashmi Kumari.
Yeah.
Your research paper is on the cult of homosexuality, and you are a PhD scholar from Usha Martin University, Ranchi, Jharkhand. Okay, you can start with your paper.
So thank you so much, ma'am, for the introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me such a big platform to present my paper. So without further delay, I would like to share the screen here. Yes, is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. So the topic of my presentation is the cult of homosexuality. In this paper, I'm going to discuss about how not only homosexual, but the women or the marginalized sector in the society, they are LGBT community, transgender, homosexual, they all lack the identity or the position in the society. So the topic is the cult of homosexuality. So identity. When we hear this term identity, it refers to as one's individual's personality. The aspects defining identity varies from time to time and place to place. Many stories indicate factors like race, caste, gender, ethnicity, religion, disability, holding a control over a person's identity. There are many stories like Jutan by Om Prakash Valmiki describe how caste can form a false perception in the minds of people, leading to prejudice relating one's identity. Similarly, poems like Telephonic Conversation, Harlem displays race as an important aspect of analyzing identity. Factors like caste and race are natural, over which one lays no control. The gender crisis has always managed to be the center of concern in the society back then and today as well. The inequality between men and women continue to prevail since life started. We can understand this by an example like how women are bound to be known by the name of their father before marriage and husband after marriage. This concept of dependent identity is so deeply engrossed in the soul of society that changing or improvising it for any better seems close to impossible. With the passage of time, people have started talking about their individuality and the need for an independent identity in the society, which includes equal rights, empowerment of people. women, and other marginalized section of society, including the third gender, referring especially to homosexuality, bisexuality, and LGBT groups. These groups have begun to open up socially and have demanded a status in the society. They face a major problem regarding their status, position, identity in the society. I would like to quote here John Stuart Mill in Subjection of Women. He stated that, "So true is that unnatural generally means only uncustomary, and that everything which is usual appears natural," unquote. Since ages, homosexuality is considered to be a mental illness and psychiatrist disease, while numerous treatments are being used to cure and so-called patients these days. In India, especially, homosexuals are forcefully imposed of heterosexuality as if being a homosexual is a crime attempted against the society at large. This could be very well be seen in the movie Unfreedom, which was directed by Raj Amit Kumar. He portrays the mental setup of these inhuman society and about the identity of LGBT, which is in dilemma. The forever other transgender. So not only homosexual, but transgender are also suffering in the society. They lack identity and are deprived of all the rights and opportunity given by the government to the general public. So the next topic under this paper is Western influence, or is it an inspiration? So people tend to believe that the origin of homosexuality has been in the West, and the Indian society has got influenced by the Western tradition and recently adopted themselves on the concept of falling in love with the people of same sex. But when we trace it back, historical evidences prove that homosexuality has been a part of our society since long. Whether the religious texts, including the Bible, historical sculptures, and caves like Ajanta and Ellora, texts like Kama Sutra, etc., discusses about the existence of homosexuals in the society. So the last part, the conclusion, is time is known for its tendency to change. Things changes with time. There was a time when certain section of society were suffering discrimination and untouchability. People who belonged to lower grade caste were not allowed to blend with so-called high-class people. But here, education plays a very important role in the abolition of untouchability in our society. And Gandhiji took the first initiative towards the justice of these people. Therefore, he named them as the Harijans, which meant people of God. Similarly, earlier when racism was in its peak, blacks were subjugated all over the country. More power and wisdom lied on fairer ones, while the black people were considered barbarous and animal-like. This sentiment of world changed with time, and now blacks are given equal rights and opportunities. Likewise, steadily, one accepts that homosexuality will be accepted within our society. I would like to conclude my paper by saying this. The thing required now is patience. We just need to wait and watch for the time when every Indian will wholeheartedly embrace them and accept them as their own, and treat them as in humans and not aliens by involving them in the society as their folks. We await the time when homosexuality will no more remain a taboo. So thank you so much.
It was a very good attempt, Rashmi. Congratulations. You can stop sharing your screen.
Yes.
We have to see whether Mr. Shende has joined or not. Rupesh S. Wankhede.
I think Milind Shinde has joined.
Okay.
Shinde sir, are you there? Yeah, he's there. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Sir, please switch on your mic. Milind Shinde sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir,
So Milind S. Shede is an assistant professor. There's a problem. There is, I think, some problem with the mic there. He's from GS College of Commerce, Wardha, and his topic is Frederick Douglass, a crusader of human rights from Afro-American world.
Yes, ma'am. To you, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you are audible, but your voice is not so clear.
Yeah, I think he's rejoining.
Okay.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah, ma'am.
Hello.
He is there, ma'am.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
now you
yeah,
are
sir.
audible.
Good morning, everybody. And
I think there is some network issue.
Yeah. If sir can join later.
Yes. We can invite another.
okay, sir. Okay, okay.
Yeah, he's there. Sir, will you join later or right now you want to continue?
Actually, there is a technical. I'll join later.
Okay, okay. So, ma'am, the next presenter is Madam Rekha Nair. She's there.
Okay. Rekha Nair is from Bellary, Karnataka.
Yeah.
Hello.
And she is going to present on Arun Joshi's strange case of Billy Biswas. You can start with your presentation, Rekha.
Hello.
Hello, you are audible.
Yeah. At the outset, I thank all the organizers for giving the paper presenters a huge platform like this. And the paper which I am going to present is a literature review based on Arun Joshi's strange case of Billy Biswas. And I swear, Billy makes my eyes well up every time I think of him. Published in 1971, Arun Joshi's The Strange Case of Billy Biswas is worth your time, soul, and conscience. Having read it for the fifth time and feeling for Billy, very often without further reading, let me confess, Billy is one of the rarest characters created ever by a novelist. Few incompletions in the novel, yes, but the character of the protagonist, Billy, is more or less complete. Created then, it has all the quintessential characteristics of the modern century's most discussed, thought about subjects: racism, romance, humor, friendship, politics, all in one. Plus, one of the few characters I've read who does justice to himself, who listens to the cries of his soul, forgoing his family, his social network, realizing what actually he wanted to do, where exactly he belongs to. Billy Biswas The US-based, Harlem for reasons he explains, and the US-based anthropologist returns to his homeland and central India, having sensed his intuitions without letting anyone to contribute, without expecting anybody to understand him. Young and rich, he chooses to live a tribal life in the Sal forests, leaving behind his family, creating an impression of being killed by a tiger. All he chased throughout was the meaning of things which he sees through, hear through, clear and well-defined. There could be a question on his sense of moral responsibilities towards his wife and son, but he himself explains to Romy, his friend, on questioning, but don't you think you had responsibilities towards her, towards your son? I have greater responsibilities towards my soul. The way he looked at the whites of America, his own super rich father, who is a Supreme Court judge, his wife, Meena, who is after money, what friendship actually meant to him, his views on justice and politics are specimens of what we see around. Being one among the most aristocratic, rich class of Delhi, his mind and soul always was the ordinary, uncivilized tribals of central India. He dreamt different, thought different, dressed different, spoke and smiled different, acted different, and hence he became strange. The way Joshi explains Billy's eyes and his grin, I swear again, anybody would fall for him. Hello, old chap. The way he greeted Romy remains at the tip of the reader's tongue and later gets deposited into their minds as a fixed one. The second half of the novel is sensational as the novelist explains the commotions surrounding Billy's disappearance, how he reacts to the call from within, from nature. Hair-raising illustrations of the tribal woman Billasia, who becomes Billy's wife this life as she was in the previous. A lot of beliefs around superstitions, how Billy happens to meet Romy, the collector, in the collector's bungalow, 10 years after his disappearance, his justifications and explanations for his actions, the metamorphosis the doctor anthropologist undergoes are wonderful illustrations to be remembered forever. New definitions to the word friendship are sought towards the concluding chapters. Even after Billy asks not to reveal about his presence to anybody, including his very family, circumstances pull Romy to act otherwise. And as Billy warned, what havoc it created with his life there. Billy's father, with all his political influence, tries to find Billy out through his civil friend Romy, and Romy resists and hesitates. Soon things go beyond his control, and the search for Billy Biswas turns to a manhunt. Bilasia's questions to Romy and his answerless face haunts a true reader. The terrified face of Billy's younger son and the intelligent, the shrewd face of Billy's elder son, with a hint he would become like his father, is a positive note before the novel ends. As Billy meets with his inevitable end, the emotional heart of the readers too floods up. A character more or less in almost all the senses, I often wonder about another possible end to the novel. Perhaps that end could satisfy the soul of an ordinary reader, not the elite. Billy with a strangeness has become part of my sensible thought. Hope he becomes a member of yours too, if you let. Have a read. Thank you.
It was really a wonderful presentation, Rekha. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Kapil sir, let us invite our next presenter. Please see whether Milind has joined or not.
Milind Shinde.
Yes.
He's there.
Hello, sir. Am I audible to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Milind.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this an opportunity to present my paper. My research paper is entitled as Frederick Douglass, a Crusader of Human Rights from Afro-American World. And I'll be just reading out the very important part of my research paper, sir. We can say it is a gist of this paper. So it's about Frederick Douglass and his crusade against slavery as well as racial conflict in America, especially. So, being born to a slave mother,
Yes, sir.
Harriet Bailey, Frederick Douglass had experienced the pangs of slavery since very beginning of his life. His father, being a white man, did never reveal the identity. The name Frederick Washington Bailey, christened by his mother, evokes a commanding example of European classical and American national patriarch and also gives him a sense of identity and self-worth. The life of slavery in the initial stages of life did not offer any solace to him. But as he grew up, he started understanding the hierarchical system and very seriously contemplating a way to his liberation. The first and foremost thing that one needs for salvation in this mortal world to be a free human being when he is chained with the ropes of unmolding rules is no other than education. And to climb the ladder of freedom through education was possible for Douglass by learning the language of his master. Douglass well understood this fact and soon started learning the tongue of his white masters. This is well depicted in his autobiography, which has an interesting episode of his growing friendship with Daniel Lloyd, Colonel Lloyd's youngest son, but unfortunately on Douglas' part. On the part of Douglas, his master senses a danger in letting his slave here means Frederick, take lessons of language and other subjects. At the household of the Alts, Joe Alts warns his wife Sophia of the same danger, asserting, if you give a nigger an inch, nigger here means Afro-American, especially Frederick Douglass, an inch, he will take an L. A nigger should know nothing but to obey his master. Learning would spoil the best nigger in the world. If you teach that nigger how to read, there would be no keeping him. It would forever unfit him to be a slave. It could do him no good, but a great deal of harm. It would make him discontented and unhappy. So, such acrimonious life incidents invigorated his belief that the only path to his liberty was education and education only. The abomination of his vice masters did not douse his confidence, but created in him a sense of self-identity. His self-education helped him a lot. His description of harsh life in his autobiography, as it is quoted, I would like to read out that quotation. We were worked in all seasons. It was never too hot or too cold. It could never rain, blow, hail, or snow too hard for us to work in the field. Work, work, and work only was scarcely more the order of the day than of the night. The longest days were too short for him, and the shortest nights too long for him. So these are expressed, these words express his anguish and pity towards himself as well as his white masters. Douglas' journey until he joined the abolitionist movement, which had started in England especially, was filled with such thorns. It was the dark period of Douglas and other Afro-American lives who had to undergo unequal, heinous, discriminatory, humiliating, and undignified life conditions fostered by the whites. To conclude, I would like to say, sir, American history is not a plain window to go sit and study the land with its simplicity. It has a very complex phenomenon hidden within itself. If we flip through the pages of the past chapters of American life with an analytical mind, we certainly come across many evidential incidents where human and civil rights of citizens or people living in the land called America seem to have been crushed mercilessly with an intention. The citadel of progress of today's America certainly stands to a certain extent on the foundation of efforts of the Afro-Americans and their tireless efforts. So the slavery and racial discrimination had gripped the entire country into a vortex of social stratification. The Afro-Americans who actually experienced the discriminatory system cannot be perceived so easily by us. The relentless and socially conscious movements initiated and led by social luminaries like Frederick Douglass bore fruits today, because we see the world has witnessed that Barack Obama, who is also from Afro-American community, could become the president of the USA. So it was the spirit of these people that kept alive the hope for a better tomorrow in the hearts of millions of slaves, erstwhile slaves. The words of Douglass are very evident in this regard when he admits or says, "I had reached the point at which I was not afraid to die. The spirit made me a free man, in fact, while I remained a slave in force." With a positive affirmation, he proclaims, "I was nothing before, I was a man now." Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you, ma'am.
It was a nice attempt, I would say. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have two more presenters.
Yeah, ma'am.
Rupesh and Dr.
Rupesh,
Nidhi
yeah, Mr. Rupesh is not presenting a paper.
Okay.
We have failed to contact Madam Nidhi Mishra.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, only 7 participants we have.
Okay.
And go ahead with your comments, ma'am.
Okay, okay, sure. The first paper was by Kshama Patil, a research scholar, and her topic was Migrants' Agony and Ordeal as Reflected in Oleander Girl. So Ms. Kshama Patil, she focused on psychological conflict, agony, and ordeal that Karobi, the protagonist of the novel, experiences. She has enriched her paper with not only the quotations from the text of the novel, but also from the critical works on the novel. If we ignore, because I happened to go through the paper that were sent to me, so I found some typographical and grammatical errors in it. So if we ignore those errors at some places, it's a well-organized research paper. And I would like to congratulate Ms. Kshama Patil. And the second paper was by Deepak Maharaj. And the topic was Postcolonial Issues in Jean Rhys White Sargasso Sea. The paper aimed to shed light on the 3 major issues: slavery, male dominance, and displacement, as highlighted by Rhys in her novel, White Sargasso Sea. So he has very skillfully highlighted the issues of male dominance and displacement through the story and characters of the novel. And I would like to congratulate Deepak also. The third paper was by Sharana Goda. And the title of the paper was Social Realities in the Place of Badal Sarkar, Utpal Dutt, Habib Tanveer, and Safdar Hazmi. So since I would like to say that since he has included 4 plays in the research paper had become a bit lengthy, and so to some extent the focus had been lost. It was of more than 3,000 words, and most of the words were devoted to the introduction to the writers. My suggestion would be to be more specific while writing any research paper, so that the research can go deeper into the topics. And since his research paper is yet to be published, my advice would be to be more focused on the topic. And the next paper was by Mrs. Shreya, and that was on poetic impression of violence in Patel's verse. It was really a scholarly paper. Some of the poems like Audience, Day to Day, Gorge, The Distance, Continuum, and University have been analyzed by the presenter. It was the only paper on poetry. I really appreciate the efforts of the researcher. The next paper was presented by Rashmi Kumari, a PhD scholar, and the topic was the cult of homosexuality. And my suggestion to her would be to incorporate more works on the theme to make the paper richer. The next paper was by Rekha Nair, and it was actually literature review on Arun Joshi's Strange Case of Billy Biswas. I would appreciate the earnest effort of Ms. Rekha Nair for her scholarly review. And the last one was by Milind S. Shende, assistant professor. And the paper was on Frederick Douglass, a crusader of human rights from Afro-American world. We know that Douglass published 3 versions of his autobiography in the years 1845, 1855, and in 1881, which he revised in 1892. At some places, the paper appeared like a socio-political commentary, and the researcher should have focused more on the works of Frederick Douglass to make it a perfect research paper. That is all from my side. It was a nice experience. I enjoyed the paper reading session a lot, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share this session. I would like to thank you, Kapil sir. I would like to thank Joshi sir, and I would like to thank Dabir ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for your expert comments. So I'm sure that the final points of the presentation or of the research papers that we have brought out in notice, a few of them will have to make certain changes, and we'll make it for publication, I suppose. So on behalf of organizers, all the 3 colleges, Dr. Ajit Jachak, Dr. Mila Dabir madam, and my director, Madam Sujata Vyas. I thank Meenakshi Chaube ma'am for being here as a chairperson for this paper presenting session. And friends, now we move on to the 4th session of paper presentation. And the chairperson for this session is Madam Ruta Dharmadikari. Ma'am is heading the department at LED College, at a renowned LED College in Nagpur. She is an associate professor, and she is working since at college since 1991 with a interest in the topics regarding theatre, film, media, gender, and cultural studies. Ma'am is gold medalist from the University of Mumbai, and her doctoral thesis on the cinematic works of Shyam Benegal, Govind Nilani, Aparna Sen, and Deepa Mehta. She has worked on these directors of movies, and reading. It is about reading their films through the lens of literary and critical theory. She has organized an international poetry festival and 2 international film festivals in her college. She is an executive member of the Maharashtra chapter of the Federation of Film Societies of India, a certified trainer for the British Council, Business English Communication and Spoken English, and has trained various batches of students. Madam is an academic counselor. Is an academic counselor for the Diploma in Creative Writing course as well, which is affiliated to IGNU, Indira Gandhi Open University. She is a translator, translates literature from Marathi to English, and has anthologized. She has presented and published various research papers, and her academic contribution is second to none. So on behalf of the 3 colleges, 3 organizing colleges, and the participants of this international webinar, I welcome Dr. Ruta Dharmadikari to this paper presenting session, and request ma'am to take over the charge. Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapil Singhal, and my namaskar to everyone present here. Let me at the outset thank the organizers for coming together to bring to the fore an important theme in today, new and emergent trends in post-colonialism, new and emerging concerns. So the collaborating colleges, I congratulate all of you, and Dr. Urmila Dabir, Dr. Praveen Joshi, Dr. Kapil Singhal, and Dr. Ajit Jachak. Congratulations for pulling off this feat. the international conference. We have had 4 sessions. Today is the last and final session of paper presentations. And it is very encouraging for young research scholars, as well as those of in the business of teaching and studying and researching. It is very encouraging for young researchers and seasoned researchers as well to be on a common platform and to find out which direction research is taking, which direction research is headed. So without further ado, I would like to call upon the first presenter for today. I congratulate all the participants for their papers having been chosen to be presented here. And we have 9 presenters, as I am told. And the first one is Shailesh Narayan from the University of Fiji. Is he here? Yes. Good afternoon. And over to you, Mr. Shailesh Narayan. You may present your paper.
Namaskaram to the respective chairperson of this session, to all academians, fellow participants, and dear listeners. My presentation for this e-conference is titled Postcolonial Discourse. Postcolonial discourses have forever vented out changes, choices, and challenges with severe impacts on the colonized. This paper intends to bring to the fore the severe impacts of post-colonial discourse on language, mother tongue, aligning it with the changes occurred, the choices made, and the challenges which unfolded. Discourse, a natural output of a span of events termed as colonization that changed the appearance, setting, and the well-being of a colonized nation. Post-colonial periods embark on the residue of the colonizers in the form of influences that have made the colonized succumb to the implementation that dished out changes which had to be adapted to, and resorting to choices deemed necessary to be a part of the changes that resulted in contemporary challenges people are standing against. Language, mother tongue, is a sphere influenced heavily in the colonization process, and which in the post-colonial period is fading away. This paper will focus through the lens of post-colonial discourse to discuss how the processes of changes, choices eventually became a challenge. Language, a medium of expression, holds great importance in the communication process in one's day-to-day life. It is a phenomenon that absorbs and assimilates the words from different cultures, regions, and people. With the advent of the British and the use of English language as the official language for communication, the mother tongue of Girmitius was relegated to the background. It was like cutting off a part of a human being and expecting them to rely on substitute parts. Mother tongue of these Girmitius, their identity was at stake and for which the colonized had no empathy. Mahatma Gandhi stated, "I do not want my house to be walled in all sides and my windows to be stuffed. I want the cultures of all the land to be blown about my house as freely as possible, but I refuse to be blown off my feet by any." Now, whenever there are changes made in any particular context, there will obviously be choices that individuals will have to make to be part of those changes. In the course of colonialism, the change in communication mode saw the mother tongue diluted and Fiji Hindi coined and utilized along English. Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Urdu, and Punjabi were some of those dialects brought to Fiji by the Girmitians during colonialism, whereas English was the language of the colonizers. It is often a central question in post-colonial studies. During colonization, colonizers usually imposed their language onto the people they colonized, forbidding natives to speak their mother tongues, and in some cases, the colonizers systematically prohibited native languages which endangered their identity. This choice of dilution and unearthing a new dialect had to be resorted to so that difficulties in communication would not be seen. Moreover, as the nation gained independence, the traits of the colonizers were left behind in their language, English. One of those traits blossomed. As generations evolved, English gained more importance. So another choice was made, and that was to move away from Fiji Hindi and concentrate more on the colonial language, English. According to the great Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his mind. If you talk to him in his own language, that goes to his heart," unquote. If you do not use a language, you lose it. Furthermore, when a language declines, it takes with it an entire knowledge system. Foucault, 2009, believed that discourses brought about a body of knowledge. And if it is not reflected upon with great consciousness, it becomes harmful, and then the harm that emerges are the challenges that have popped up whilst adapting to the changes and making choices. Moreover, this serves as a huge challenge for the societies, as mother tongue is directly connected to one's culture and traditions, and it is extremely disheartening to note that in the course of the changes and choices, this challenge has evolved. A challenge of saving the mother tongue from extinction that can have a drastic impact on culture and identity, to which some extent is fading away from the clutches of societies. Sardar Patel in Ankur Sharma's text mentions, and I quote, "The children taught in a foreign language were forced to memorize the words without understanding, and when cramming power increases, understanding decreases," unquote. The adaptation of English, a language of the colonizers, is rooted across all societies and has become a trend of post-colonial families to give more importance to a foreign language, and in the process have put their mother tongue on the altar. Robert Paul states, and I quote, "When we learn our first language, we face the universe directly and learn to clothe it with speech. When we learn a second language, we tend to filter the universe through the language already known," unquote. Furthermore, Friedlander in his literary work entails, and I quote, "In fact, first language development is required in order to have good strategies to transfer to the new language. If students do not have good strategies in their mother tongue, they will not have good strategies to transfer to the new language, and therefore their cognitive development will be reduced," unquote. Languages are a repository of one's collective knowledge and wisdom, which is amassed over the course of the long journey of vibrant civilization. According to Foucault, this is an underlying and probably largely subconscious set of assumptions and operating hypotheses that make thought and social life possible. Adapting to the changes during the span of colonization required the people of Fiji to make many choices which in one way or the other thrust a knife into their guard of identity. Furthermore, the third generation's choice of prioritizing English heaped more wreckage to the already weakened identity guard, and contemporarily it has become a challenge to reignite the love and the passion for their mother tongue. Changes and choices were all part of the process of colonization, and as such, huge challenges in the form of fear of identity loss as far as language is concerned emerged, and it has become a contemporary issue. Changes and choices were all part of the process of colonization, and as such, huge challenges in the forms of fear of identity loss as far as language, mother tongue is concerned, it has emerged, and it has become a contemporary issue of this time. This mindset needs to be changed so that mother tongue is safe from extinction and the future generations will not lose their culture, tradition, and identity. Thank you so much. Sir.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you so much, Shailesh Narayan, for that paper. We will move on to the next Presenter Gayatri Singha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Janata College, Assam.
I think she is not there, ma'am.
No, I am
tried
here,
to-
sir.
yeah, I
I'm
tried to
here, sir.
contact her. You are there? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
She's here. Right. Welcome, Gayatri Singha. You may begin your presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone. The paper which I'll be presenting is named Cultural Struggle in Sherman Alexie's Indian Killer. The novel which I have chosen is actually written by a Native American person. And this novel, of course, talks about how the Native American people were not given their rightful things in their own homeland. So I would like to begin with the analysis. In the novel Indian Killer, the protagonist, John Smith, is a Native American who was adopted by a well-to-do white couple who did not have a child of their own. When he grew up, he realized that he was different from his parents and gradually wanted to know about his original mother. He wanted to reclaim one's own past. He struggled mentally and was unable to fit in the white society. He started to imagine how his life would have been if he was never given up by his biological mother. He imagined his life in reservation. And a reservation is a certain place where the Native Americans were forced to stay in. So he imagined his life, how it would have been in a reservation, as he never got to live in one. They would not have much money or enough food, but they would have been surrounded by their own people. He would have played with his community people and would have listened to the age-old magical stories of his ancestors. He would have participated in grass dance and owl dance during the powwows. And powwow is a kind of a Native American dance ceremony where the people used to come together and dance together. He would have celebrated other social functions, but as he lived in the white society, he did not know how to be a part of such Native American cultural events. The age-old cultural practices of the Native Americans were suppressed by the white people. An example of powwow can be given. Powwow is a social gathering or ceremony of Native American which involves singing, dancing, and feasting. In the novel, a group of Native American students of the University of Washington, led by a student named Mary Polatkin, wanted to celebrate powwow in the university. When the university administration did not agree to it, the Native American students illegally held a powwow inside the university campus. It was like a protest against the university administrators who were all white Americans. It can be seen as a protest against the white American community as a whole, and the students represented the whole Native American community. The Native American students were deprived of their age-old traditions and cultural practices, and as a result, the students go in protest. It's a small example where we can find the suppression of Native American cultural practices by the white people. As a result of the long-term suppression, there were many Native Americans who relatively forgot their traditions and cultures. They were forced into the new white traditions and cultures. It may be termed as the, I quote, hybridization of colonial languages and cultures in which imperialist importations are superimposed on indigenous traditions, unquote. It's from Abrams. There were many groups and establishments which tried to rejuvenate their traditions and cultures by recapitulating or remembering their past. There were not many books written on their culture or traditions, so they depended mostly on the oral literature and the stories narrated by the old Native American people. John Smith was one such person who forgot, or rather was deprived of his cultural background. John did not know how to perform in Native American cultural activities, and he was somehow spaced out of his own people. He also did not know his ethnic clan or tribe. Whenever he was asked about his tribe, he used to bluff about it. Sometimes he used to say that he was a Sioux, and sometimes he used to be a Navajo. This suppression was such that even the syllabus of the Native American literature at the University of Washington, as said in the novel, was biased. The prescribed books were authored and co-authored by the white men and women. I quote, Mary was completely shocked by the course of the reading list, unquote. In such manner, the history and literature of the Native Americans were modified according to their convenience. The true essence of it was somewhat lost in the process. It resulted in wrong preaching or learning of one's cultures and traditions. The native writers were not given that much chance to write about their own history. The oral literature which was passed on from generations, was a pure way to remember and understand their heart-rending past. Not only they were deprived of their culture and traditions, but the Native Americans were not allowed to talk in their native languages. Children were separated from their parents and were converted into Christianity. They were made to learn English and were not allowed to speak in their mother tongue. If anyone disobeyed, they were brutally punished. In due course of time, the following generations of the Native Americans became drifted away from their own language and traditions. A very rare number of people spoke in their native tongue. As a result, a double or hybrid identity of the Native Americans was formed. Most of them faced identity crisis, and John Smith surely was one of them. John Smith was entangled between the white society where he grew up and the Native American society to which he was blood related. John was not accepted wholly in the white society, where he faced discrimination due to his skin color, even though he was adopted in a well-to-do white family. When the grown-up John wanted to go back to his roots, it turned out more problematic to him. He did not know which tribe he belonged to. He could not speak any Native American tribal language. He barely knew the traditions and cultures of his native and also did not have any Native American friends. When John got a chance, when John got a chance to befriend Mary Polatkin, a Native American social activist and student, he was scared and ashamed of himself being adopted by a white family. He thought that if they knew he was adopted and grew up in a white family, he might be unaccepted or made fun of. The protagonist, John Smith, was so angry with the white-skinned people that he wanted to kill them all. He held them responsible for the poor situation of the Native Americans. I quote here, John knew he could kill a white man, but he was not sure which white man was responsible for everything that had gone wrong, unquote. He even had a tough time deciding which white man deserved to die, richest or the poorest white man. Eventually, the serial killer selects a random white person on the street and murders him. He wanted the white people to be scared of the Native Americans. Gradually, many killings happen and the situation in the city worsens. The murderer was then named the Indian killer. It was not taken lightly by the whites, and as a result, the white people also began to attack the Native Americans. They were brutally beaten up on the roads. It had turned into a cultural clash where the Native Americans were targeting the white and vice versa. All the Native Americans were then kept under surveillance and the circumstances became very difficult. In such a situation where the whites were enjoying the white privilege, there were some American white people who wanted the total opposite. They wanted to turn or be blood related to the Native Americans. They were impressed by the whole concept of the exotic Native American culture and traditions. Such people were disliked and made fun of by the Native Americans. An example can be given of a character from the novel. He was one Dr. Clarence Mather, who was a professor of Native American literature in the University of Washington. He was a white, but he claimed that he had Native American blood in him, as one of his forefathers was a Native American. He also wrote books on Native American literature and lifestyle, but the Native Americans did not accept his claims of being one of them and also his books. For an instance, when Dr. Mather once went for a press meet for his upcoming book
Gayatri,
on the Indian killer. Yes, ma'am.
Need to stick to the time.
Yeah, ma'am. I'll be shortly coming to the conclusion.
We will need to.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just one more minute, ma'am. So this Dr. Mather, he was usually kind towards the Native American people. Towards the conclusion, I would like to say that this novel Indian Killer is a significant example to show the struggles of the Native Americans. The cultural practices and values had become suppressed in front of the white dominant culture. The dominance resulted into losing of importance of their cultural practices and values in the bigger preview. To make things different, many youths came up to form organizations to protest against it. They wanted to make the long lost tradition and culture glorified again. They wanted an equal space and position in the country, which was once their own motherland. I would like to stop here, ma'am. Thank you for your patient listening. Ma'am, I can't hear. I think you
Thank
have
you.
muted. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your paper. It was a good insight into an area which is quite new in the indigenous American. We will thank you so much. We will now move on to the next presentation by Priya Nathwani from Gujarat. Is she here? Has she joined us? Yes, she has. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Divya. You may begin.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
We have 10 minutes. Please stick to the time.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Good afternoon to all present here. Thank you so much for giving fiction, apartheid and beyond. Life of the diaspora has always been an issue of concern and a matter of study for Indian academics. The transition from the homeland to the host land is never natural, and the transitions are captured in many forms. Diaspora and their stories bridge the gap for the Indians abroad to stay connected with their traditions. This study has been undertaken to investigate how the literature of the Indo-South African diaspora has been changing through decades and portrayal of these changing roles in contemporary South African culture. South African Indian fiction determines the conception of race as a social category shaped by its historical roots. South African Indian fiction explores the movement of Indians to South Africa during the 19th century, covering issues of migration, diaspora, transnationalism, hybridity, cultural undesirability, and blurring of frontier in post-apartheid fiction of Imran Kuwadia, Achmat Dangor, Farida Khoradia, Bivali Naidu, Shamin Sarif, Ishtiaq Shukri, and many other writers. The interpretation of how the removal of apathy failed to allow the races to reunite with the hope of a rainbow nation. The history of mankind around the world has witnessed people leaving their original place to seek their fortunes, happiness, and prosperity in faraway lands. Human beings from various strata of society prefer to migrate to other countries. The prospect of better job opportunities and better quality of life forces the individual to leave his or her homeland. The transition from the homeland to the host land is never natural, and the transition is captured in many forms. The migration is an all-inclusive term, which includes the word diaspora too. The word diaspora is derived from Greek word, which is diasphere. Here, dia means away and sphere means to scatter like a seed. The term diaspora was initially used to describe the expulsion of Jews from their homeland into exile to Babylonia, carrying a hope that they would return to their homeland one day. The word diaspora carries two notions: departures from a fixed place and the possibility of return. I'll just give a glimpse of diaspora in brief. The word diaspora can be defined as the dispersal of a people from their homeland. Diaspora is the term often used to describe any population which is considered deterritorialized or transnational, that is, which has originated in a land other than where they currently reside. They have social, economic, and political networks across the borders of nation states or indeed across the globe. The term diaspora includes the various intellectual, socio-cultural, and political meanings of the place where they reside. Diaspora becomes the maker of movement across cultures and dislocation. It is an approach through paradigms as varied as that of hybridity, multiplicity, paradox, polyphonic, and multiculturalism, as said by Gillian. Today, the word diaspora means any deterritorialized population that is seeking to re-territorialize itself, as said by Mr. Verma Seshan. The term diaspora is now not specifically used for Jews only, but to all nationals across the world that have moved out of their homelands to settle in other parts of the world for various reasons. According to Bhikkhu Parekh, the Indian diaspora is like the banyan tree, the traditional symbol of the Indian way of life, which spreads out its roots in several soils, drawing nourishment from one when the rest dry up. Far from being homeless, they have several homes, and that is the only way they increasingly come to feel at home in the world. It has been noted that the migration from India started much before the colonial rule in India. Indian diaspora has an overwhelming presence all around the world. It is the second largest diaspora after Chinese and one of the most respected ethnic groups in the world society. India, being a rich country in cultural inheritance, goes deep into the psyche of the people who settled abroad. Indian values, rituals, customs, traditions, beliefs, and practices contradict many times to absorb and adapt to the new cultures. Sometimes this leads to conflict in generations, and also it traumatizes the inner conscious. A number of tools have been adopted to represent the psyche of Indian diaspora. That is literature, art form, music, films, plays, and those are some of the tools. Now we'll just talk about Indo-South African literature in a brief. Literature has always been a mirror to society, and this has been no truer than in South Africa. Drama, in particular, has been a robust genre, being part of the warp and weft of the liberation struggle during the apartheid years. Our pantheon of dramatists, novelists, writers, and many internationally acclaimed literary figures such as Roni Govinder, Ashwin Desai, Ashwin Singh, Kribin Pillay. There are so many of them which have relentlessly exposed South African society to itself and to the world. In a time, arguably, of diminishing intellectual and communal spaces for dissent and protest or even celebration, the theatre in South Africa continues to claim its right to explore the fault lines and fissures of our society and to create new and more inclusive social alignments. The use of comedy, as in Ashwin Singh's plays, where people come together to laugh at themselves and at one another, but also engages in serious reflection and circumspection about our collective foibles. Roni Govinder's works are significant in the construction of a South African national identity. His works engage critically with race, class, and resistance through a collection of essays on Govinder's oeuvre. His writings are reinvigorated by close reading within the context of post-colonial and critical theory. It recalls the resilience of the multiracial community of Cato Manor, whose democratic coexistence and mutual respect comprise a model for the new nation. As a memory word, his texts recollect private and community identity in the wounded spaces of colonial and apartheid oppression. Ashwin Desai's works reflect on the unique struggle and search to belong waged by the Indian community in South Africa that has proved penetratingly insightful and is rich in detail. In his books, Arise Ye Coolies, Apartheid and Indian 1960 to 1965, and later the works We Are the Poor's, Community Struggles in Post-Apartheid Africa, where he narrates the need for community and yet how this need must cohere with one to preserve identity, even tradition in the struggle against hegemonies during and even after apartheid. And that is struggle isn't merely one to be viewed in Manishan terms. He doesn't really deal with the Indian question of isolation, but how it has taken different turns over the decades. Many writers who have...
Divya, we have 2 minutes left. Could we move towards the conclusion of your paper?
All right. So one of the many questions, what is apartheid, is the name of the policy that governed relations between the white minority and non-white majority of South Africa during the 20th century. Although the racial segregation had long been in practice there, the apartheid name was first used in 1948 to describe the racial segregation policies embraced by the white minority government. There was no such thing as African culture, was said by Nelson Mandela in his autobiography, where he talks about how the education that he received was a British education in which British ideas, British culture, British institutions were automatically assumed to be superior. So the apartheid is not just discrimination against brown or colored, but spread across the human race and is not limited to specific geographical boundaries, which is clearly evident by tracing 3 great men who fought for equality in their own time and at different parts of the world. And they are Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr., and Mahatma Gandhi. So these collective experiences of violence and the plea of reconciliation that puncture the rhythms of post-apartheid South Africa portray a national script in which ethnic, class, and gender affiliations blend and patterns of connectedness between varying communities are forged. So the plight of Indian diaspora, just ma'am, last one. The plight of Indian diaspora in the foreign lands remains unpredictable to the Indians, and re-examination is required on how apathy failed to allow the races to reunite with the hope of a rainbow nation. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening patiently.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you.
Ma'am, excuse me. Ma'am, just a minute. Ma'am, we have missed Meenakshi Vasnik, who was the 3rd presenter on the list.
I see. So I have put her as the 4th. Maybe it's my mistake.
Okay, maybe. Okay.
I was about to go to her, Dr. Meenakshi Vasnik. I must have made a mistake while taking down my list. Yeah, we are about to proceed to Dr. Meenakshi Vasnik. So is she there? If you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Meenakshi Vasnik.
Yeah. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Welcome, Meenakshi, and you may please.
Yeah. So at the very outset, I heartily congratulate the 3 collaborative colleges, Barrister Sheshrao Wankhede College, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya, and Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Science for organizing such a scholarly 2 days international webinar. The topic of my presentation is diasporic trait of travel, place, cities, and home in Usha Akela, a very recent Indian diasporic poet, in her poem, The Rosary of Latitude. I would like to share my screen, madam.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. The poet of Indian diaspora mostly explore the world in which they move constantly towards the land of origin and the land of their adaptation. With their poetic imagination, they create a new, another home. In the process of creating a new space in alien homeland, the diaspora innovator remain a constant traveler and seen as a philosophical nomad. The experience of diasporas in poetry, as described by the cultural anthropologist Gurnees, I quote, "The diasporic individual in exile from his home, any home, cannot escape by means of poetry from building one, but can use it to dismantle its confining walls, express solace, strive for creativity, and discover love," unquote. Usha Akela is one of the recent poetess from Indian diaspora in America who has emerged and gained from this shift in focus. She showcases us in her poetry the loss of her homeland due to enforced migration and exhibit the original exilic resonances of diasporic experiences. Travel and place in her poem, The Rosary of Latitude, is a dynamic factor that allows moving between the present and the past. The poem depicts the beauty of landscapes of her homeland and physical spaces that are seen apparently solid and unchangeable. It is through them or around that social action in the poem develops and identity is also constructed. The paper focuses on the issue of travel, places, cities, and home as a significant feature of diaspora studies to understand the formation of vernacular identities, ethnic clusterings, and conflict in particular neighborhood. Our poems are mostly evolved in circular winding pattern where Usha Akela's consciousness that appears to oscillate between India and United States. She is the recipient of many literary awards mentioned in the slide here. As contemporary writers in diasporic poetry are few. Their names are Bhatt, Meena Alexander, Suniti
Meenakshi, Dr. Meenakshi.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would like to move to the main body of the paper,
Yeah.
where your argument begins, we
Sure, ma'am. So these
Thank
are
you.
her literary works, which is mentioned here in the slide. Her literary works, she has still now comprises of 4 books.
If you could move to the main Rosary of
I'm
Latitude.
Yeah. The
Thank
Rosary of Latitude comprises of various poems such as Istanbul, Kalista Monastery, St. Nom, Monk's Cell, Dakshineshwar 1 and 3, Nicaragua, Peddling, Basilica of G, Jerusalem, Gethsemane, Bethlehem, and the city in which I find my beloved. Usha Akela's collection of poetry, The Rosary of Latitude, is a gathering of oceanic beads on a rosary that is excavated from the different latitude in Europe, America, South Asia, and Australia, thereby discovering a wide spectrum of history, languages, memory, and imagination that a landscape evokes. Usha Akela's creative adroitness is oscillating between different places, bring the world into a single window where one can view her vast labyrinth of diasporic journey as a mystery. The diasporic literature refocuses on the metaphor of place and placelessness pertaining to the actual spaces and spatial practices of social diversity around borders. James Clifford, professor in the history of consciousness, refers diaspora, I quote, as a traveling term, unquote. In her collection of a Rosary of Latitude, the concept of travel is observed in the text. I quote, "In one city, I walked hoping to see him somewhere, and then I looked in another city, and another, I returned empty-handed. There were cities that would not meet my gaze. Not one of them told me to stop looking. Not one of them says it yearns for me," unquote. In the above text, the poetess discloses place and placelessness in the city of alien land surrounded by millions of people. The poet in the text tries to unravel the exilic situation, which is an absolute reality observed in diasporic milieu. Usha Akela, without reluctance, undermines her diasporic consciousness candidly in her poems. Usha Akela, as a diasporic individual, depicts a deeper connection with her country of origin in her poem, The Rosary of Latitude. Her Indian ethos towards her homeland display how she is connected physically by her written visits to the place India, but even more importantly, through her poetic creation as seen in the text, I quote, "In one city, I saw monuments of loveliness rise from my imagination and hover in the twilight like rose-tinted pearls," unquote. The beautiful landscapes and the monuments of the cities of her homeland seem connected to globalizing cities through her poetic creations. The aspects of cities within the diasporic milieu gives an outlook to develop attachment to multiple homes, contributing to growing new ethnicities and contestation over tradition that is shaped by fusion of cultures. The latitude as a metaphor of traveling to different cities, as shown in the text, I quote, and the latitude passed under my feet like skipping ropes under the young girl's quick steps, unquote. These lines explore Usha Akela's existential dilemma. Her personal memory dissolves into a universal dilemma of immigrant traveling through different locations and latitudes, passing from Europe, America, South Asia, and Australia. She's concerned with the themes of a sense of dislocation from her homeland. This grip of Indian ethos in the form of home and nation that is depicted in her poetry are not just mere a place or not just a mere places, but a fusion of memories of individuals, relationship, legends, anecdotes, family, rituals, and histories of her own country. Towards the conclusion, I would like to say that the poem Rosary of Latitude, Usha Akela tries to exploit travel, place, city, and home, focusing in particular on the pain of dislocation, which is often accompanied by the poetics of loss as well as emergence of sensibility enriched by the simultaneity of geography, which involves the possibility of living here in body and elsewhere in mind, and imagination traveling as a diasporic poet, Mina Alexander, I quote, back and forth and back, unquote, in the state of suspended animation and inhabiting multiple spaces at the same time. Her poem embraces a hope of fulfillment through the nation. Her persistent endeavor of transfiguration and escape from capital's corrosion of communal bonds, finding space of fullness and discovery of her roots articulated by the medium of poetry, makes her poetry avidly predictive of present India. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meenakshi. Yeah, and thank you for keeping time. And we now move on to our next presenter, who is Ashwin Tigar from SAMI. If you are there, please start presenting.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome, Ashwin. To speak on cross-cultural conflicts in Kavita
My
Daswani's
presentation is on cross-cultural conflict. In Kavita Daswani's Everything Happens for a Reason. My paper focuses on cross-cultural conflict in Indian emigrated in America, the social cultural condition of characters and pluralism of society. Alienation, transformation, assimilation, and identity crisis are the major issues that has discussed in this paper. Kavita Daswani, an Indian diaspora writer born in Hong Kong from Indian emigrated parents, she left her E-level education and began working as a freelance journalist. She lived in Paris and London, and after returning back to Hong Kong, she became fashion editor of South China Morning Post. She was also a fashion contributor of CNN International and CNBS Asia. Her novel Everything Happens for a Reason is a great novel about a fashion world of America's Hollywood and struggle of Indian women with traditional Indian culture along with her desire and identity in cross-cultural atmosphere. The term cross-cultural conflict denotes the contrast cultural aspect for adaptation and avoidance of its value in life. Due to globalization, multicultural lifestyle is in trend. People from various culture adopt some other cultural values and wants to develop their career and life. In that initial period, they faced of many problems about cross-cultural diversity in tradition, language, custom, behavior, food, and wearing of clothes. These changes turn into a familial clash between two different cultural people are living in the family. Their diverse thought and way of life brought cross-cultural conflict. Daswani explored this conflict in Indian American diaspora context, and this novel, it is a story of a woman named Priya, a girl who brought up in conservative family in Delhi. She was the youngest among the four sisters, but eventually her marriage proposal comes first, and she got married with Sanjay, a person who lived in America. Her immigration in multicultural America put herself into cross-cultural atmosphere. Priya, being an Indian girl, tried to settle here. Her Indian thought, culture, custom, and traditions are completely in contrast. She said in the beginning of the novel, as woman, no woman in my family has ever had a job. When she went in America, her mother-in-law and forced her to start work. Daswani represents cross-cultural views of Indian and American culture. In India, women are prohibited to work outside by family, but in American family and forced to work. It views in America, Priya's mother-in-law stated to her as, this is not India. In this country, everybody works. It is no matter that she was newly wedded woman, Priya being an Indian woman, thought about her life, some of the Indian tradition in America, but she shocked when she heard this statement because she was the first woman in her family going to abroad and has no idea about the foreign culture. Priya's parents have a limited vision for their daughters and never thinks about their daughter's life in abroad. But Priya wedding led her to America and Los Angeles, the city of Hollywood. In America, Priya faced the multicultural people at the Tom Bradley Terminal Los Angeles International Airport. She was astonished by huge variety of people, which makes America a multicultural country. She never shows this kind of variety even on television in India. Daswani depicted in her novel as television in India doesn't show you the variety of humanity. Their complexion and clothes and culture so removed from my own. The black woman with her tight trouser and inch-long purple nails, checking my immigration papers and well-tricked Chinese man, small serious spectacle waiting for the grey-haired mother to make her way through customs. The fat white fellow following his children to get out of way through the cloud having luggage on the yard trolley. It used the American variety of multicultural identity. Priya arrived in America began her struggle. The contrast lifestyle of food, clothes, tradition, and belief system becomes obstacle in her life. She remembered her homeland, felt alienation in the host country. Her mother-in-law treated her as a physical Indian daughter-in-law working in kitchen and follows the familiar duty. But Priya opposes this to Sanjay when he told her to clean tables by saying that why would I clean up when my wife is here? She replies that she was her wife, not a servant. She revered the tradition of male Hindu wife, which she suffered from few past weeks. Her attitude of breaking of tradition observes such defense, and she said that don't think that I am some kind of village bride because I am from India and you are living in America. This statement shows her courage, which helps her to create her identity in Los Angeles. Priya has a dream to become a journalist, but in her laws, family didn't like and approved her wish. She joins the work as a receptionist in Hollywood Insider, but her inner desire forced her to fulfill her wish. Daswani represents the multicultural America and the variety of communities. Priya's integration with them and difficulty she faced working with this diversity. She felt alienated and depressed in multicultural atmosphere. It views that in Indian diaspora, alienation comes in their mind while they faced cross-cultural scenario in host countries. The people living in America suffer from this dilemma of cultural identity. Stuart Hall says that identity is never singular, but it is a multiplied constructed across interesting and antagonist discourse, practices, and position. Priya break this tradition belief system of Indian society about women. In America, her job as a receptionist represent Indian culture. She wore a sari and Indian traditional clothes, which becomes her identity. In the initial stage, she faced isolated due to the different outlook, but gradually she assimilated and got recognition. Her look and talent helps her to fulfill her dream to become a journalist. On one occasion, she got the opportunity to take an interview of a famous Hollywood actor named Rex Saucer. This was the beginning of her dream. She continues her interview and establishes her identity as a journalist. Her in-laws family is unaware about this fact, and Priya knows her family that they did not allow her to take interview in hotel rooms and with celebrities. This orthodoxy and partialities become obstacle in her identity formation in America. She broke this and walked on the way of her dream, but her familial life is collapsed by her dream when her in-laws know about her real work. Daswani represents Indian orthodoxy about the freedom of women, their dream, their desire and identity. Her in-laws wants only familial aspect and money comes from her job, but not understand the importance of her life. The condition of Priya represent the diasporic scenario of Indian immigrants women who were migrated after their marriage. The conservative mentality of Indian belief system carried in multicultural America because it is deep noted because it is deep-rooted in individual's life as Daswani depicted through Priya, mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Divakaruni depicts the situation of Indian women marriage life in abroad and the expectation from family and cross-cultural assimilation because of the obstacle in their identity formation. When in her laws knows the fact about her job, Priya's marriage.
Ashwin, we need to move towards your conclusion.
Okay. It views that the Indian cross-cultural values throughout the traditional rituals and the differences between two cultures. The Indian tradition marriage is an auspicious ceremony with a lifelong bondage of husband and wife, but in American culture, it is merely a trial first. The Indian traditions teaches us to be with the partner in difficult situation of life, but in Western, it is only a reason for the divorce, which is very common in their culture. That's when at the end of the novel reunited Sanjay and Priya, and they pardon for for her mistake and allow her life to choose with her career as a journalist. So at final, we can see that this cross-cultural representation and the reunited of Sanjay and Priya is a resolution of cross-cultural conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin, for that presentation. We will move on to the next presenter, Dr. Shraddha Deshpande from MP Memorial Day College. Is Shraddha here?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I'll start my screen sharing.
We have 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
My paper is on study of associative meanings of war neurosis in the works of Saadat Hasan Manto's short stories. Let us first understand what is war neurosis. It is a collective term used to denote the complex of nervous and mental disorders of soldiers in modern wartime societies. But in the history of war neurosis is in many ways a story of controversial medical discourses and practices relating to psychological trauma in wartime. And so we are going to first see what are the controversies related to it. It was basically, it was initially understood that the neurosis is related to the soldiers who were affected and who exhibited symptoms of anxiety and despair in the large extent that followed through many decades. So initially it was observed that it was only the neurological and psychological problems that were mainly seen as a symptoms in the war affected soldiers. But when we saw that these treatments that they were being given, they were primarily they were focused on giving some ease to the soldiers. But let us see which were these treatments. These were two. One was the Kaufman's electromagnetic therapy, which exposed the gruesome side of medical brutality. Psychoanalysts, that is why psychoanalysts intervened and practiced with their more docile forms of psychotherapy and treatments. And the first one was the Hamburg neurologist Max Nunn's techniques of suggestive hypnosis. So two techniques were adopted initially. The first one was hypnosis and second was the electromagnetic therapy. But even the ministry at that time thought that the doctors who gave this electromagnetic therapy was because of their vested interest, and it was the ministry was concerned that the impression was being given that some doctors were making diagnosis and treatment plans according to financial interest, reducing the cost of war pensions rather than in the interest of health of the patient. So there is a lot of controversy regarding the term war neurosis, and it was banned in the uh, um, conference that was held in Germany in Munich. So today also we don't consider this term as war neurosis, but however, we can have an associative meaning of it in the partition of India and Pakistan. Let us see how we can associate it with the division of this subcontinent into independent India and Pakistan was traumatic, chaotic and violent experience of the inhabitants, we know. But what happened during this time was, as we found that there was a major role of doctors and medical fraternity during the war. Here during the partition of India and Pakistan, there was silence response from the medical fraternity. Why? There was a reason, because these medical fraternity from both the sides were also the targets owing to their respective religious affiliations. So they could not be a part of what you can say, taking the documentation part of the neurotic symptoms that the victims or the perpetrators both uh, had undergone. So here we can say that soldiers, there were no soldiers, but of course there was victims and perpetrators who have suffered these kind of symptoms. So this documentation of war neurosis in India Pakistan partition that engulfed the every motivated or incidental individual was handled by local bodies and charitable organizations. On the contrary, a very major part was also documented. These horrid tales of war neurotics in post-independence India era was drafted and formulated by writers, making literature the crux of social and political life. So that has been replaced by the literature fraternity, as you can see. So how this partition of India and Pakistan had an associated meaning. Here we can say that all the people involved directly or indirectly have problems of nationality and identity crisis formed thereafter. Then another part was they never had any kind of guilt or remorse out of that. At the very immediate moment, they were so deformed by the identity crisis on their own that excuse me, that they thought that whatever they are doing is quite justified. The sufferers were not soldiers, but the refugees who have uprooted from their native land and forcibly displaced to another through staunch religious hypnotized locals, we can say. Now, how we can associate this war neurosis that is projected in Manto's selected short stories. I've selected two stories. The first one is Toba Singh and second is Shirafan. Now, as father of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, in his theory of psychoanalytic criticism, postulated that work of an author is a manifestation of his own sorry, secret desires or anxiety, or to extreme step, even neurosis. Manto's masterpiece, Toba Takes Him, can be assumed as his experiential writing in the backdrop of his stay at the asylum. The exchange of lunatics between the two nations around 2 years of partition itself seems to be insane. So there was after 2 years of partition, the India and Pakistan decided that they should exchange even the madmen, those were in the asylums. These people should also be exchanged. So this itself idea of exchange of the lunatics seems to be insane, and this idea was not very much adopted by the even by the lunatics, those who were in the particularly Manto is talking about lunatics in Pakistan asylum. The insanity in the story is redoubled because the lunatics are already madmen, and the insanity has redoubled as the protagonist, and already a madman named Bishen Singh, is traumatized and turns more chaotic. His only one concern, where is Toba Take Singh, is his recurring act of the partition-induced pathology. When he knows about the partition, the rearrangement of space converts an isolated and motionless man into an obsessive compulsive disordered personality who perpetually talks about his native place, Toba Takes Him. So when he is seen as a lunatic in this asylum, he is a very motionless man. He doesn't talk to anyone. He's standing whole day. He doesn't sleep. I mean, he's a very in a sense, he's a very motionless man. But when he hears about the exchange, and he had to leave the place, he becomes very more compulsive disordered man, and continuously, perpetually, he keeps on talking about where is Toba Take Singh. That is his native place. It is so hammering that people start calling Bishen Singh as Toba Take Singh. So it becomes his identity. Now the place, that space becomes the identity of this man. And he is somewhere not very sure of his own identity. You can see here, I'll go back to this image to show you. Here, when there is an exchange of these lunatics, he is standing on a platform of no man's land, where there is exchange going on, and he doesn't leave this place. He's so stubborn that even the military men of both the sides leave him there, and after standing for for few hours there, he collapses on the no man's land there, and he ends his life there. So this is the identity crisis of a madman that ends in this particular manner. He becomes more neurotic. The second story is the casualties of Indo-Pak war in the form of communal violence gave birth to the character of Kazim, father of Sharifan, in his story Sharifan. Qasim, after witnessing the naked body of his daughter, gets neurotic and avenges the murder by killing an innocent sick man with his axe. Here, one of the paper writers says, in this process of seeking revenge on the rival community, the chief stimulus works at the subconscious level, and inflicting shame or disgrace on the rival community becomes chief motivation. This phenomena can be traced at post-traumatic stress disorder from a psychoanalysis point of view, and Qasim, who was initially the victim, becomes the perpetrator in the story by raping and killing a young Hindu girl the same way his daughter was killed. So here, initially, he was a victim, and then he became the perpetrator. So this is how this communal violence, this kind of war that was created, has given birth to people who had changed themselves to total neuroticism. Many more things are there to discuss, but I would summarize: the mindless war gave birth to mindless individuals at the end. To conclude, being born in India did not give Sadat Hasan Manto the right to be Indian. In that particular context, I'm saying, as a writer, he was philanthropic towards the uncivilized section of the society. As we can see, his protagonists were the chosen unprivileged folk, such as prostitutes, criminals, and beggars. His integrity found in his place, in his bare and truthful words that described men and women through the hidden themes of lust and depression. He had undoubtedly outshined his contemporaries, not only his in chronicling the partition-induced pornography of violence in realistic terms, shedding aside any thick veil of hypocrisy, but also succeeded in digging deep into the psyche of millions, both the affected ones and the perpetrators of partition violence. So I would like to conclude this, that writers are too neurotic to ever be happy. This is by Connie Willis. I would say that it same goes to Manto's writings, as when we see his own biography, if we study his own biography, we understand that he was very much disturbed by whatever was going around him, and as he was himself the victim of India Pakistan partition, and when it happened, he had to leave India and settle in Pakistan, which he could not take up. He became alcoholic, and he could not accept the change, and he died at the very young age of 42. Had it not been like this, we would have had Manto for more years, and we would have him write more stories, and he would be alive today. Thank you so much for patient listening, and sorry for the disturbance. Thank you, ma'am. I'm done, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, Ruta ma'am.
Shraddha, you're not well?
Yes, ma'am. I was having fever actually.
Isn't ma'am there? Dharmadhikari ma'am?
I cannot see her.
Even, yeah, I'll try to contact.
Ma'am, if you allow me, can I leave?
Yeah, you can. You can, Shraddha. Take rest.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kapil, announce the next.
Yeah. I'm just trying to enter the meeting, sir. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Yeah. Well, I have admitted. Yeah. Done, ma'am.
Thank you. I seem to have lost connection there. So I missed the last part of Shraddha's summing up. I'm very sorry. So I assume she's finished with her presentation, Kapil sir?
Yeah, ma'am. She's done. And
so we move on to the next.
Sara Siddiqui.
Sara Siddiqui. Yeah.
Yeah, ma'am.
Good morning. Good afternoon, I mean. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for that as well. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. The title, as you can see, is The Politics of Representation, a call for regeneration of post-colonial studies and a reinvestment in science work. Following the September 11, 2001 attacks in USA, that is the bombing of the World Trade Center and the subsequent wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, a new Orientalism has been identified by critics who believe that people of these and surrounding countries are being classed once more as different by the Western propaganda surrounding the conflicts. In New Orientalism in Popular Fiction and Memoir by Fitzpatrick raises the issue of two problematic themes in contemporary Muslim and Islamic literature. First is perpetuating negative Muslim stereotypes, and second, the promotion of Western values. Character defamation is done through showing Muslim traits as misogynistic, violent Islamic men, and helpless, victimized women. This character defamation, described by Fitzpatrick as typical portrayals of the Far East in classical Orientalist scholarship, and to have continued in recent popular Islamic fiction, says so Lee Melissa. In my response, I plan to show that Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner and A Thousand Splendid Suns, contrary to Fitzpatrick's argument, include many characters that read against these predominant media stereotypes. The novels of Khalid Hosseini work against this trend by giving the people of Afghanistan a human face. The universal themes found in Hosseini's novels help to bridge cultures. One of the popular authors discussed in Fitzpatrick's article is Khalid Hosseini. He is examined in regards to the individual character depictions and the overarching themes, which Fitzpatrick argues promote American foreign diplomacy and Western stereotypical conceptions of the Middle Eastern other. Fitzpatrick's understanding of male misogyny is centered on the character of Rashid in A Thousand Splendid Suns, who is violently abusive towards his two wives for what he interprets as their household disobedience. Fitzpatrick accurately depicts Rashid as violent, brutal, sexist, domineering, and irrational character. But reading into the text further, one can discover many other characters. In fact, a majority of the leading male characters in A Thousand Splendid Suns are not inclined to misogynistic, brutal tendencies. We have Jalil, Miriam's father, Mullah Faizullah, Miriam's teacher, and Zaman, the orphanage director. Finally, Tariq, the central main character, stuns the expectation of the violent misogynist Islamic man. Tariq, who is Laila's childhood friend and eventually sweetheart and husband, is the antithesis of Rashid, her first husband. Tariq is not physically violent, cruel, or brutal. He is crippled and kind. His character resists masculine stereotypes. He is not overtly masculine, sexist, and physical. He is progressive in thought, accepting Laila's marriage to Rashid, and loves his own daughter Aziza, as well as Rashid's son equally. In spite of many trials and tribulations, Tariq returns back to Laila and proves his loyalty and love, unlike Rashid, her first husband. He shares Laila's desire for justice and supports her decision to return to Kabul to help rebuild the city. Fitzpatrick's charge that Hosseini represents the masculine other in a particularly problematic way does not take into account the plethora of other male characters in the text that are respectful and run against Muslim stereotypes. One can also argue that the women in the novel, seemingly victimized, are actually more subversive in their actions to elude and conquer the violent and inextricable situations that have developed in their lives. Laila willingly agrees to marry Rashid after finding out secretly that she is pregnant with Tariq's child. Laila manages to remain safe for several years and survive by using her first husband, Rashid's household, as a safeguard and shield for her child and herself. Miriam is violently abused throughout her marriage, but eventually has the courage to kill Rashid in self-defense. These incidences of the main female protagonist demonstrating survival and cunning read against the stereotype of Muslim women being helpless victims to their men, the aggressors. The women in A Thousand Splendid Suns go through periods of extreme trauma and wartime suffering, but their survival is not dependent on luck or chance, but rather on intelligence and coercive agency. The Kite Runner interweaves the familiar with the foreign, which allows readers to identify with universal themes. Positive qualities such as forgiveness, caring, and mercy are demonstrated by several male characters like Hassan, Ali, Baba, Rahim Khan in The Kite Runner. Baba is willing to risk his life confronting a Russian soldier to protect the modesty of a woman. These are few of the many examples in the novel that do not fit the negative perception of the West about the typical Afghan man. Characters like Rahim Khan and Hassan in The Kite Runner are easy to relate to by the reader and endorse the tapestry of universality in the novel. The characters in The Kite Runner also represent a diverse people who consider themselves to be Muslims. For instance, Baba is a secular Muslim. When Amir confronts him about drinking, when he comes to know from his school that it is a sin, Baba tells him that you have confused what you are learning in school with your actual education, and that Amir would never learn anything of value from those bearded idiots. In contrast, Ali and Hassan are devout Muslims. Through his characters, Khalid Hosseini shows the experience of being a Muslim, indicating that there is no one way of experiencing Islam, just as the reader will see the same in the case of Christians, Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, atheists, etc. There is no need for Hosseini to proclaim this outwardly in the novel. Instead, in the background, it quietly breaks apart the stereotype of Islam as a religion of violent extremists. Unfortunately, these instances are often portrayed in news as violent images of terrorism in the region. These portrayals are often the only exposure that individuals have of the region and are instrumental in creating dangerous misconceptions. Such perceptions create an image which stereotypes all Afghans as terrorists targeting Western countries, their people, and their ideals. Well, the politics of a single story. Our lives, our cultures are composed of many overlapping stories. Novelist Chimamanda Adichie tells the story of how she found her authentic cultural voice and warns that if we hear only a single story about another person or country, we risk a critical misunderstanding. She argues that inherent in the power of stories is a danger, the danger of only knowing one story about a group. The single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. African literature, Adichie names Chinua Achebe and Kamara Lay as examples, helped to reinforce what she already knew to be the truth about her homeland. Nigeria and Africa were places of rich diversity, complexity, culture, and history. That another, more simplified and problematic narrative about Africa and Africans was unfortunately being told around the world. Through multiple experiences in the
Sarah,
West,
we need to move. Sarah, we need to move towards your conclusion.
Okay, ma'am, I'll move to the conclusion. Okay, about the Africans and was the one told around the world. Through multiple experiences in the West, she learns about the single story of Africa as a place of violence, poverty, hunger, despair, images she claims come from Western literature and its colonial roots. Okay, I'll come to the conclusion. Reading The Kite Runner is not an end in itself. It will not give anyone expertise in matters relating to Afghanistan, Islam, Taliban, or any other subject. A single novel can never be an end-all and be-all for diminishing stereotypes and understanding of cultures. Nevertheless, it is one work that one can say chips away at the foundation of stereotypes and expose us to new insights. Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner may be that first Afghan novel, or it could be Chinua Achebe's or Chimamanda Adichie's from Nigeria. Stories can break the dignity of a people, but stories can also repair that broken dignity. Adichie, The Danger of a Single Story, says so. When we reject the single story, when we realize that there is never a single story about any place, we regain a kind of paradise. Adichie, The Danger of a Single Story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was a lovely, interesting paper. Thank you so much. But for
Thank you for the opportunity to let me
paucity
present.
of time, yeah, for paucity of time, we must move forward to the next. We have two more.
Okay, thank you.
And we move on to the next presenter, who is going to talk about multiculturalism in the short story collection, Digging Up the Mountains by Neil Biswanath. I'm not able to pronounce that name. Kapil sir, if you may help me out.
Yeah, ma'am, Reena Ben.
It's Reena Tandel.
Reena Tandel, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Reena Ben Tandel.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, over to you, Reena Ben.
Yes, ma'am. Is the screen available?
You've started the screen share, but we
yes, ma'am.
Visible as yet.
Okay. Is it now?
No.
Hello, ma'am. Is it
no,
visible?
It's not. No, it's not. It's not as yet.
Okay.
They have started sharing, but it's not visible here.
Yes, sir. But in my screen it is visible, but I don't know why it's not there. Okay.
Yeah. See.
Got it.
Okay, so good afternoon, one and all. I am a research scholar from Gujarat, SP University, and my paper, title of my paper is Representation of Multiculturalism in the Short Story Collection, Digging Up the Mountains by Neil Biswanath. So many of you might be unaware, or it's a new author, like new emerging trends in the multiculturalism. So far as this multiculturalism is concerned, like recently, in the new decades, the literature of diaspora is in its full-fledged, and now with the advent of all these things, now it is emerging in a new trend, and the multiculturalism is existed with the writers like Neil Biswanath or any other. So the paper include this index, the introduction, objectives of the paper, terminology of diaspora and multiculturalism, followed by representation of multiculturalism in the selected text with conclusions and references. In the introduction, I would like to state that gradually, with the adoption of multiculturalism, diaspora literature is turning its road into new direction than a mere historical event of the first generation diaspora writers. Today, the globe become one family, like a Vasudeva Kutumbakam. It is mentioned in the Rig Veda. So with the advent of technology and adoption of new culture, the diasporic novelists carry a burden of native cultural values in the new host land, and being caught between two cultures make it more difficult for them to maintain their dual identity. They were like in a state of a pendulum situation, whether they are belong to their native land or in their host country. So this kind of a feeling arouses this multicultural identity of the immigrants. So the objective of my paper is to highlight the diaspora literature of the second generation with a special concern to the idea of adoption and multiculturalism in the light of Neil Biswanath's selected work, or it can be a short story, Digging Up the Mountains, and to make familiarized with the adoption of multiculturalism in the terms of immigrants born in the host country. So who were born in the host country, they have some different perspective towards this diasporic literature and their adapting of the new culture. So to classify the selected work of Neil Biswanath in relation of thematic ideologies, and lastly to familiarize the diaspora literature in its new dimension. So terminology of diaspora has been mentioned by this Divya Nathwadani in the previous paper. So I would like to skip that, but if I need to define it in a very brief, so it is defined as a person, an immigrant who was landed in a host country with a new idea and new emergence. So earlier it is related with the Jews people, but now it is for all the one. And presently, if we see the scenario of the modern world, people are now adopting the Western culture. They are not like I have my cultures and all that thing. They are now more lenient. There is a flexibility of adapting various culture or multiple culture in the recent era. So about the selected text and author, so Neil Devendra Bisundar, a short story writer, novelist, and essayist, an Indo-Caribbean Canadian second generation diaspora writer, and presently lives in Quebec. He himself mentioned himself not as an Indian diaspora writer, but he proudly said that I am a Canadian writer. So, being a second generation diaspora writer or being a second generation immigrant, how they have adapted their multicultural identity in the host land is being proved with his some of his work. So, representation of multiculturalism in the digging up the mountains. So, multiculturalism is coexisted in diaspora literature, and it is defined as the coexistence of diverse cultures where culture include racial, religious, or cultural groups and is manifested in customary behaviors, cultural assumptions and values, patterns of thinking and communicative styles. So several characters of the story are in Canada, are in the Caribbean island, are trying to overcome the sense of displacement, adjustment, defeat, and relocation with the adoption of multicultural identity in the prescribed text. So, if we go towards this title story, which depict the life of a protagonist, so very first story of the collection, the digging up the mountain, the Harry Behari, a second generation immigrant who has settled his life in this Caribbean island, but due to some political riot, he was unable to survive over there, and he need to move according to the situation over there. But what he said, this land is my land and my house, let them come, it's bullet in their backside, Bisundar in digging up the mountains. So these characters, instead his father who was doing pujas and culture rituals as mentioned in the Hindu stories, he was completely different from this first generation of the immigrants, and he has adopted that new land as his own land. That is why he was not threatened with this political riot over there. Similarly, in the revolutionary, the second story of the collection, where the revolutionary and the protagonist have come across, and this revolutionary have an idea that they need to make their own identity and all stuff. But in the against or in the contrary, the protagonist has already adopted this new culture and new environment over there. And in this similarly, with the story of this short with this visit to a failed artist, the cage, the similar idea of acceptance of the identity is being mentioned, followed by this insecurity. There are a lot of ways to die, Christmas lunch, and dancing. And dancing is one of the story which is well recognized from this collection and won the awards. And in the dancing, the protagonists feel like as if they are not the immigrants, but they are the one who are being racial towards the people who are towards the native people of the host land. So in conclusion, I would like to say, like for author, home is where you start from. We generally believe that home is where we start from, and the second generation of diaspora writers or immigrants are now looking at it differently. They were instead said that home is where your feet are, instead of home is where you start from. So this new idea of home is where your feet are is accepted by this multicultural rooted second generation diaspora writer. And thus from whenever one start, they start it as their own through racism, rootlessness, isolation, and fear be presented, but accepting the new wind with a subcultural or multicultural root will be the new rhyme in the world of literature, as it is wisely said by Plato that literature is a mirror of life. So now we need to see with the new lenses of the spectacles and say that now the immigrants are not that immigrant, they have adopted this culture, multicultural identity. It is not just related with the cultural contrasts or anything like one who is traveling from one native country to another. It can be a migration as well within the country or within the home too, like they might be not accepting the home or the place they belongs to, they might be having this different perceptions towards looking their own idea of living. So with that, I would like to conclude my paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reena Ben.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was well done that time, and conclusatory as well. And we move on to the last presentation for today. Shashidhar Yadrani from Jewargi. Is he there? Shashidhar Yadrani.
Well, till now he was here till now.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking he's not seen.
I think it may have been a connection issue, or
I'll just
give him a minute.
Yeah, just a minute, ma'am. I just try to contact him.
His paper is entitled Fission and Fusion in E.M. Foster's novel, A Passage to India. And that is the last paper for this session.
Kapil, could you check whether he is still there or not?
Kapil, is the candidate there?
I'm unable to contact him, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried the number that is available with me, but that's switched off.
Let's move forward then.
Yeah, So I think Reena Ben Tandil was the last presenter for the session. And now I invite Madam Ruta Dharmadhikari for her final comments.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much, all the participants before us today. We have listened to a variety of areas of study. The indigenous American and his difficulty in asserting his identity, mother tongue matters in the and the angst of the Fiji citizen. We visited South Society. In these three papers, all the researchers have presented the cultural issues of assimilation and identity. And these issues we find are still very much alive and worryingly far from any resolution. And that is what is seen by the research which presented to us. In these three papers, I felt I've lost connection. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, audible.
Yeah, so
again, we have lost connection.
Also, empathy strategies as coping mechanisms, as well as in the paper by insight. An overview was given about all the writers in the South African, the voice of the South African, and in relation to but if we would have been more interested representatives to it better if there is more of a focus of on an argument instead of just a compilation of various details. In Dr. Meenakshi Vasanik's paper, the text was chosen, the rosary, the latitude of rosary, for its concerns of home, place, and belonging. And these were sort of a litany of things as to what she feels and what she does. And again, I felt a more cohesive argument in that paper. Dr. Shraddha Deshpande, the title of the paper again promised a meaty argument. Began well with an explanation for neurosis and its use, possible misuse. And she used two stories from the partition literature, which was very interesting. But if you could have referenced some more recent developments in maybe medical humanities, it would have given some very critical insights. And the repetition of the word neurotic and neurosis, I feel, deserves to be used very carefully. Maybe a little more attention needs to be paid to the words in order to get the proper meaning out and then apply them to Manto. And Manto comes a little too briefly in the whole paper. The next, and your conclusion also, Shraddha, if you have turned to Manto's recourse to the underprivileged in society, but how your title befits the two stories and how Manto is, what do you do with Manto and the title? I had a little bit of a problem there. Sara Siddiqui, your paper was very commendable. A good counter argument to Fitzpatrick's position. But if you could have included a little bit on what the position itself was and what maybe Fitzpatrick said. But it is very refreshing to see research which critiques research and returns to the original text to locate contemporary readings and moving forward to reclaim and negate a stereotypification. So I'm reminded also of the post-colonial feminist critic Chandra Talpade Mohanty. She too, in her essay Under Western Eyes, has described such a counter argument to the third worlding of all kinds of post-colonial endeavor. So I like the fact that you used Chimamande's single story argument. And the last paper for the day was New Emerging Voices in Multiculturalism. That too was a very good attempt at not sticking to the trident nowadays. So in all, we moved and we moved across genres as well to locate new and emergent voices. And thank you so much, the presenters. With, I hope, some of these comments made by me and observed by me will be of some use. Thank you so much, Dr. Kapil Singhal, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Urmila Dabir, for having me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, excuse me, I'm Gayatri Singh. I couldn't hear my part. Actually, at that time, the network was very bad. I couldn't hear a single word what ma'am said. Ma'am, if it is possible, can you please repeat it for me? The second paper. It's about the cultural struggles in Sherman Alexie's Indian Killer.
Ma'am, for the third also.
Right,
sorry.
right.
Yes, but
Yes,
I think
madam,
I
if you
think
can start from the first.
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you.
I think
So,
the previous, the three ones were not audible at all.
Oh dear.
Yeah, ma'am.
So, all right. So the first three, I mean, for Shailesh Narayan, I had said that
Again, there is some connectivity problem, I think.
he had talked about
With the audio.
imposition of language.
We again can't hear anything, ma'am.
It is there on the YouTube. You can access that also.
Well, no, yeah, and we'll get it from ma'am and pass it on to you.
Yes.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, that would be
we can. Thank you. That would be great.
That will be great. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. So thanks, ma'am, Dr. Ruta Dharmadikari, ma'am, for your comments. And I'm sure that the participants will follow them. And a sincere thanks, sincere and honest thanks from all the organizing colleges for ma'am to accept our invitation as a chairperson for this paper reading session. And now as the paper reading sessions are over, we are moving on to the valedictory. That is the closing ceremony of this two-day international e-conference. And now I pass on mic to my colleague, Dr. Somnath Barure, to carry on with the further proceedings. Mr. Somnath Barure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I hope I am audible.
Yeah, audible, clearly audible.
A very warm welcome and good afternoon to one and all. I am Dr. Somnath Barure, Assistant Professor in the Department of English, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur, and the anchor host for the valedictory session of this ongoing two-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging. I welcome you all formally in this last session on behalf of the organizers. We have with us Dr. Sujata Vyas, Director, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences. Madam is a disciple of famous Gwalior Gharana. She has been teaching music since last more than 38 years. She has had a very successful career, both as a student and as a teacher. She has been guiding students for their doctoral research in RTM Nagpur University. Till date, 7 students have been awarded PhD by the university, and 2 more are working on their respective theses. Madam has also completed one UGC project on expression of Swara in the process of Raga. Besides this, she has performed in many programs and concerts and has worked as a playback singer for a movie, Trishna, in 2014. Madam has also extended her expertise in orientation programs and in many other committees of the university and of the state government of Maharashtra. At present, she is working as director of the Historical Institute in Central India, that is Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur. I request her to chair this valedictory session. Madam, please. Before we go further and begin with the valedictory session formally, we are going to have feedback of the participants. I request the participants to limit their feedback for 3 to 4 minutes, those who are going to have it. The name from abroad I have of Vandana Nath from Fiji. Vandana Nath, you may please unmute and express your feedback.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, scholars and distinguished academics. On behalf of the University of Fiji and the Language, Literature and Communications Department, I would like to acknowledge and thank the organizing committee for facilitating the two-day e-conference on post-colonial studies. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the organizers for the success of this e-conference. This COVID-19 pandemic that has affected the whole world has made face-to-face meetings difficult, and amidst this, organizing an international conference via the virtual means is indeed a challenging and exhausting undertaking, as we depend entirely on technology and network accessibility. It is commendable and worthy of reference that the 3 colleges collaboratively organized and facilitated this e-conference, which indeed speak volumes of teamwork and unity. I'd also like to take this opportunity to share and deeply appreciate the organizers who accommodated the University of Fiji's Language, Literature and Communication Department staff in waiving the registration fees. as we were finding it difficult to transfer money from Fiji to India during this economic crisis with strict regulations in regards to international transactions from Fiji. We are deeply moved by this kind gesture. Thank you. This international e-conference has also given the representatives from the University of Fiji to bond with the intellectuals and the academics from prestigious institutes in India, whose insights into post-colonial literature had established and motivated us to explore further on this subject, and we hope that this relationship continues in the years to come. Furthermore, we are deeply humbled and privileged to be given an opportunity to present our research papers as well as get it published, which adds an additional volume to our resume as an international recognition. We would also appreciate the award of certificates for participating in remembrance of this conference. We will indeed look forward for more conferences and research paper presentations in the future. And we are optimistic that we have already strengthened our bond between the University of Fiji and the 3 colleges, especially the Department of English of Barrister Shechra Wankande Mahavidyalay Mopa, Rajkumar Kewal Ramani Kania Mahavidyalay Nagpur, Vasant Rao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Science Nagpur. I would finally like to thank all the participants who had shared their knowledge and experiences in regards to post-colonial studies and its influence amongst writers all over the world. I would like to wish everyone all the very best in the years ahead, and may we continue to meet and share our insights and development in literature. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vandana Nath, for your scholarly observations and kind words of appreciation. The next feedback we shall have from out of the state participant. May I call Dr. Amar Singh sir to unmute and express. Dr. Amar Singh sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Thank you all the organizers for inviting me for this very feedback. Actually, the professors of Nagpur, who are the organizers of this very webinar, they have been the source of my academic inspirations for the last, I think, 30 years. Under their able guidance and mentorship, we professors here in Chhindwara, Madhya Pradesh have done some academic activities. So the source of inspirations matters much to which height a person will climb. So during this very international conference also, the literary feelings truly motivate one and all, and the messages go far and wide. So that has happened with us also. There was no shortage of anything. I have listened to the academic and literary resource persons. Certainly, this very international conference will pave way for the coming generation literateurs, the small literateurs. It will help them guide a lot. Thank you. Thanks a lot, all the organizers. There is a long list of persons who have been involved in this very webinar. Truly hearty thanks to all of you on my behalf and all the participants of this very international conference. High regards to each one of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words and good wishes that you expressed through your feedback. Now, I call upon the most versatile resource person, very actively present amongst us throughout, Dr. Supantu Bhattacharya sir, for his observations and suggestions. Over to you, Dr. Bhattacharya sir.
Thank you, Dr. Barure. Good afternoon, everybody. I must confess that I was initially rather skeptical when Dr. Ajit Jachak sounded me out on the idea of this two-day e-conference. Yet another POCO conference. Hasn't the subject been done to death? And would the organizers really be able to pull off an authentic international assemblage? That too in the shadow of a global pandemic. But obviously, I had underestimated the abilities and the energies of the moving spirits behind this event. The erudition and the scholastic eclecticism demonstrated by luminaries like Professor Dodia, Dr. Naikar, Professor Mercure, the comprehensive summation of the proceedings by eminent chairpersons like Dr. Nikam, Dr. Mukherjee, Dr. Ghanshyam, Dr. Chaube, Dr. Dharmadikari, and above all, the kaleidoscopic spectrum of the high quality research papers presented. All these elements raise the level of this particular conference to stratospheric heights. I record my personal gratitude to the organizers for being considerate enough to mail the research papers to the moderators well in advance, thus enabling the latter to be prepared with their observations. Undoubtedly, the constant presence of RTMNU titans like Dr. Praveen Joshi and Dr. Urmila Dabir motivated and reassured all the participants. It definitely did reassure me having them in the audience. A heartfelt congratulations to the three organizing colleges of this conference. You have really raised the bar for all similar future academic endeavors. Before I conclude, a minor digression. The true success of any academic conference such as this is not really the food for thought, but the thought for food. This is a foodie's confession. On the digital platform, you really miss the wonderful lunches. But being aware of the reputation for hospitality that all the three colleges have, Barrister SK Wankhede College, MOPA, my alma mater, Vasantrao Naik Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, and of course Urmila Ma'am's college, Rajkumar Keval Ramani College. They all have a tremendous reputation for being wonderful hosts. I'm sure this one small lacune would be covered, would be compensated for whenever it becomes possible for us to meet offline, to meet physically. Huge congratulations to the organizers once again. It was a pleasure being a part of it over these 2 days. Thank you and all the best for the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your very kind, motivating words through free feedback. Thank you once again. One final feedback representing the local participants we shall have from Mr. Durgesh Shirsagar. May I call upon Durgesh Shirsagar? You can unmute and express.
My dear.
Mr. Durgesh?
Yeah.
Yes.
In the waiting room.
Okay.
When he left. Yeah, he was there, but he had left.
Okay. Okay. Shall we go ahead?
Yeah. No, he's coming back. He's back.
Okay.
He's there. Yeah.
Dr. Barure.
Yeah.
May I request you something?
Yes, sir. Please.
Would you please, on behalf of all the organizers, request all those present here to put on their videos, yeah, so that it would look like a virtual congregation, virtual congregation?
Sure, sure, sir. Sure. May I request all the participants who are here to unmute their video? It's a request. Please unmute your videos. Okay. Mr. Durgesh, has he joined, sir?
Yeah, he has joined.
Okay.
I let him in.
I request Mr. Durgesh Shirsagar to unmute and give your feedback. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I don't know. It's coming in the waiting room. I'm allowing him.
Okay.
I think we should move forward. We can have it in the end.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you all for the feedback, which will for sure help the organizers improve in things having scope in future. Now I call upon one of the organizers, Dr. Maruti Kolle, Principal, Barrister Sheshara Wankhede Mahavidyalaya Mopa, for report reading of this two-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. Sir has been associated with the academia since last more than 30 years, both as a teacher and as an administrator, principal. He too had a very successful academic career. 7 research students have been awarded PhD under his supervision till date. Sir has participated in many seminars and conferences and has many research contributions in his name. He has extended his expertise through many committees of the university. He had been Board of Studies member, Senate member, Discipline Committee of the RTM Nagpur University member, timely. I welcome you, sir, for report reading. Over to you, Principal Dr. Kolle, sir.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Please unmute yourself, sir.
Kolle, sir. Yeah. Jajak, sir.
Yes.
Shall
Sir,
we later
sir,
on?
Just wait a minute. Okay. Sir, please unmute yourself. Kolle, sir.
Ajit, make a call. Make a call to him.
Yeah, and Mr. Durgesh has joined.
Shall we have the feedback?
Yeah, you can have a feedback.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. As Kolle sir has got some technical issue, we shall go back and have a feedback of the left one participant from the local participants. May I request Durgesh Chirsagar sir to unmute and give your feedback.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir, ते unmute करा ना तुम्ही.
Yeah, it is.
तुमचा स्पीकर ऑन नाही होत आहे ना.
Hello, sir.
स्पीकर ऑन करा. आता एक फीडबॅक घेतो त्याच्यानंतर पुन्हा तुमचं नाव येते.
Dear sir, for giving me this opportunity.
अनम्यूट करून घ्या पहिले. हो, अनम्यूट करा. स्पीकर ऑन करा तुमचा.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to express my views on this validatory function of the International E-Conference. I am Durgesh Sagar, Assistant Professor, Department of
Unmute करा सर, तो स्पीकर ऑन करा तुमचा.
महाविद्यालय नवरगाव. First of all, I express my sincere thanks to the organizer. Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, yes.
And congratulations to the trio colleges who came together and successfully organized e-conference. I thank to the organizers, especially Kapil sir, who gave me this opportunity, and especially Jachak sir. Actually, when I enrolled for this, registered my name for this e-conference, and actually after 2 days, I came to know that our college also going to organize the international conference on the same day, that is yesterday. Means there were actually two international conferences yesterday. This one and another one was organized by our college. So the technical assistant and vote of thanks was given to me, the responsibility given to me by the college, and I called Jachak sir. Sir, actually my name was there in the list of reading session. I asked him, sir, how it is possible to go for the two conferences at the same time, and I told him to delete my name from the list. But he suggested me, Durgesh, just get 10 or 15 minutes time from that your schedule and come here at the time of presentation. And he suggested me very well for that suggestion to Tachak sir. And again, the organizers of this what you call the event, I thank them. I again thank Dr. Joshi sir, Dabir madam for their guidance, and I thank Mukherjee madam who gave me very insight, who gave me very special hints regarding paper in the paper reading session as well. And it was very good experience for me. Actually, it was my first time to present paper in any conference, in any conference, and it was very helpful for me. I hope this suggestions and some of the hints will help me in future also. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you very much. Now I request Principal Dr. Maruti Kolle sir for report reading of the two-day conference. Kolle sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. The president of this valedictory function, Honorable Dr. Sujata Vyas, Director, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur. The chief guest of this function, Honorable Dr. Urmila Dabir, Chairperson of the Board of Studies in English, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, who has played multiple roles throughout the organization of this conference. Dear teacher and student participants, I am here with a graphic presentation of this two-day international e-conference. The entire world is going through a difficult time in the last 18 months or so. Whenever life seems to be coming back to normalcy, the deadly virus mutates itself and we are pushed back. Education sector is hit the hardest, but the show must go on. This exactly what we had on our mind when we decided to organize this two-day international e-conference. We received an overwhelming response almost in everything about this conference. Ever since we took the decision, we wish to have someone of the rank of Vice Chancellor to inaugurate this conference, and we have heard Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rashtrasanta Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, to do the honor yesterday. Honorable Kundadai Vijaykar, President, Mopa Education Society, Mopa, presided over the inaugural function, whereas Honorable Professor Vijay Keval Ramani, President, Sindhu Navayuvak Mandal Nagpur was the special guest of honor. Then we had an engrossing keynote session addressed by Professor Jaideep Singh Dodia from Saurashtra University, Rajkot, and equally captivating plenary session by Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naikar from Fiji yesterday, and Professor Angelo Victor Mercure from Peru today. Dr. Sudhir Nikam and Professor G.A. Ganesham did extremely well as chairperson. We launched for a sizable number of participants, and I informing you that we received over 150 registrations in all. It's more than a decent number, particularly when webinars are being organized every other day. The paper reading session were much sought after once, so much so that we had to add 2 90-minute session actually for that, and had to revise the conference brochure. Needless to say that we had 4 distinguished literary personalities in Dr. Supant Bhattacharya, Professor Subhashri Mukherjee, Professor Meenakshi Chaube, and Dr. Ruta Dharmadhikari to chair the paper reading session. There were 36 participants who presented their research paper, and most of them were well written and well reviewed. There are more than 155 participants who have submitted their research paper for publication in reputed international online journal with an impact factor of 6.73. Everything has gone well till now, and I am sure the participant will have the soft copy of their research paper in time too. Our advisor, Dr. Rajendra Prasad Sindhe and Dr. Praveen Joshi, must be thanked for their valuable tips and presence throughout this 2-day conference. Let me congratulate the conveners and the organizing secretary who left no stone unturned in ensuring success of this e-conference. Last but not the least, all the participants also deserve a mention here for playing a wonderful audience. On this note, I take your leave. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the report that you presented of the 2-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and the recent concerns. Now, moving on to the valedictory session, our chief guest for this session is Dr. Urmila Dabir, madam. I welcome you, madam, once again. Madam Urmila Dabir has been teaching English since last 30 years to UG and PG students. She has been ably working as a principal of Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur for last 13 years. Besides this, 10 students have been awarded PhD under her supervision till date by Rashtrasan Tughlauji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. She has been awarded with Best Principal Award 2019 by Rashtrasan Tughlauji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Best Teacher Award in 2013 by the same university, and Educational Excellence Award by Indo-Thai Forum in 2011. Madam has contributed amply in the field of research and social work as well. Madam is Chairman, Board of Studies in English of Rashtrasan Tughlauji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur at present. She has worked as Senate member, Management Council member, and Standing Committee member as well of RTM Nagpur University. She has many books and research papers in her name. Once again, I welcome you, madam. I request you to address the August gathering on this occasion. Over to you, Dr. Urmila Dabir, madam.
Thank you so much. Honorable Dr. Kole, Principal Sheshra Wankhede College, Mopa. Dr. Vyas, Director, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur. Mr. Angelo, Dr. Praveen Joshi, Dr. Supant, Dr. Amar Singh, Dr. Ruta Dharmadhikari, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Kapil, and Dr. Madhvi, and my dear participants. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Jachak, Dr. Kapil Singhal, and Dr. Madhvi Moril for their untiring efforts in the organization of this e-conference. Today, I have a dual role to perform as a host and as a guest for this particular function. I'm indeed very happy for the overwhelming response that we have received in the form of research papers and registration to the count of more than 150 delegates for this e-conference. It was a delight to listen to the erudite and esteemed resource persons for the last 2 days. They have enlightened on the topic by their presentation and discourse. I feel that the topic of this e-conference is of great relevance, and we could see many presenters who are research scholars coming up with their presentations. We are all aware that post-colonial studies as a field of academic concentration emerged in the late 70s of the previous century. The post-colonial discourse speaks about the glitches and significance of the decolonization of a country, especially the queries associated with the political and cultural liberation of the subjugated people. Post-colonialism is the critical academic study of the cultural legacy of colonialism and imperialism, focusing on human consequences of the control and exploitation of the colonized people and their lands. Post-colonialism, the historical period or state of affairs, representing the aftermath of Western colonialism. The term can also be used to describe the concurrent project to reclaim and rethink the history and agency of people subordinated under various forms of imperialism. This particular topic was undertaken by all the esteemed resource persons, and the participants have been benefited by their enlightened speeches, their presentation. As we all know, that this pandemic has made us learn and unlearn many things. We have faced a lot of challenges in teaching learning process, and we as teachers have accepted it and kept ourselves abreast with the changing times. There are many changes taking place. Now, we are on the threshold of implementation of the National Education Policy 2020, which aims at a holistic and multidisciplinary education, which will develop all the capacities of human being, be it intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, or moral in an integrated manner. Individual. This is 20 capacities, not only in one field, but fields across, like arts, humanities, languages, social sciences, technical, vocational fields, soft skills as communication, discussion, debate, rigorous field or fields to say. Now, in this particular process, departments in language, literature, arts, dance, theater, translation, and interpretation are needed for a multidisciplinary and stimulating Indian educational environment. A lot of stress has been laid on language, as language links both art and culture. Therefore, as teachers of language, we have a great responsibility ahead. We know that different languages see the world, and structure of the language therefore determines a native speaker's perception of experience. The tone, the perception of experience, and familiarity, or we can say apnapan, inherent in conversation among speakers of a common language, are a reflection and record of culture. So as I said, as teachers of English, we have to design our curriculum in consonance with the requirement of the national education policy. Language teaching must be improved, and it should be more experiential. The Board of Studies in English at RTM Nagpur University has already made a beginning, as it conforms to the recommendation of National Education Policy and the UGC. Many of the elective papers at the PG are interdisciplinary in nature, and we have a wide range of choice. We have 8 compulsory and 32 electives. This was possible only because of the enthusiastic, young, vibrant, honest team members of the Board of Studies who have contributed in framing the curriculum. And this curriculum will develop high order skills as critical reasoning and problem solving in the students. I feel conferences, workshops, and meetups like this one opens new avenues for the research scholars. The deliberations and presentations for the last 2 days have given insight into post-colonial studies, and it has definitely benefited the participants and faculty also. I congratulate all the 3 colleges for the successful organization. I would also put on record the support and guidance given by Dr. Praveen Joshi in the organization of this event. I also look forward for many collaborations, not only with the colleges of RTM Nagpur University, but as said by one of the participants from Fiji, we would like to have more collaborative ventures and events with you. I also make a promise to compensate the lacuna mentioned by Supan. So you will definitely get an invitation, Supan, very soon. It was a pleasure to have you in this conference. And I'm sure this collaborative event or venture will not stop here. In future also, we will have many more collaborative events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your observations and very kind words of motivation. Now, I request the chairperson of this valedictory session of 2-day international conference on post-colonial writings, Dr. Sujata Vyas, Director, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur, to give her presidential address. Dr. Sujata Vyas, madam, over to you.
Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the face-to-face meetings are delayed to a future date, which is still not clear. However, seminars, meetings, and conferences are necessary for updating our knowledge and skills. Web-based seminars, called webinars, are the solution to this issue. The webinars are effective ways to share information and have many advantages, including low cost, reaching a high number of audiences. Audience numbers and page visits seem to increase following the COVID-19 pandemic. However, this era did not seem to affect the critical attitude of the audience, which is engagement time. It brings an utmost sense of satisfaction to the academic administrators that the teaching departments have still set the ball rolling when it comes to sharing and passing of knowledge. The Department of English at our institute and that of Barrister Sheshrao Wankhede College, Mopa, and Rajkumar Keval Ramani Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur, coming together to deliver the latest, that is
happening in post-colonial writing seems to be highly relevant and applied for the present circumstances. 2 months back, we had a national webinar on India in English literature, for which, in collaboration with other institutes, too had created a sense of fulfillment for me and the Department of English. I, being from the Department of Music, has a close affinity with literature. Much closer to Indian literatures, I have some idea about the settings that are coming up in English literature. The post-colonial, as the word clearly suggests, is the literature composed in the post-British era. I attended the inauguration and was there during the keynote address of Professor Dodia of Saurashtra University. Sir spoke in simple English that even people like me who are not from the English fraternity could understand. He separated the critical and literary aspects and gave the characteristics of post-colonial writing. I did not know much about the writers that Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naikar, University of Fiji, spoke on, but could make out that theme of feminism is one of the significant themes in this kind of writing. Similarly, presentation of another resource person, Professor Angela Victor Mercure, on globalization made me realize how literature changes in accordance with times, situations, and surroundings. Giving opportunity to young presenters, the most of whom are research scholars, was another positive and gratifying part of this international e-conference. All the chairpersons too have added to this gathering by proving an apt conclusion to what have been presented by the resource persons and presented by the scholars through research papers. In the end, I congratulate the Department of English of the 3 institutes and hope that more such purposeful events will be organized in future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your motivation, support, and observations on the 2-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings. Now, before moving towards the last part of this conference and most importantly, the valedictorization vote of thanks, I would like to request all the participants to spare some time and immediately fill in the feedback form that is already shared in the WhatsApp group. That is mandatory for each one of us, those who are the participants. And the link is shared there in the WhatsApp group. Now, I call upon Dr. Ajit Jachak, one of the conveners and the man behind all success through organization of this 2-day e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns, to formally propose the vote of thanks and conclude. Over to you, Dr. Ajit Jachak.
Thank you, Dr. Barure. Good morning, friends. May I, for one final time, request all those present here on the Zoom app to switch on their videos. It will give a fantastic picture on our TVs, on our computer screens. Please. Honorable Dr. Sujata Vyas, Chairperson of this valedictory function. Chief guest, Honorable Dr. Urmila Dabir. My principal, Honorable Dr. Maruti Kolle. Other dignitaries present online, particularly Professor Angelo Victor Mercure, whose night we have all eaten up. You could take rest once this program is over, Professor Angelo. And dear participants, we have finally reached a point in time which marks the beginning of the end of this 2-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns, jointly organized by the Departments of English of Barrister Sheshrao Wankhede Mahavidyalaya Mopa, Rajkumar Keval Ramani Kanya Mahavidyalaya Nagpur, and Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur. I am here with the toughest job of proposing a formal vote of thanks. Toughest from the proposer's point of view, because parting often evokes mixed feelings. At the same time, it is the most important part or job from the organizer's point of view and the most mundane one from the participants or the audience's point of view. Let me get on with the job at hand. First and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee and on my personal behalf too, I would like to express my sincere gratitude towards the managements of the 3 organizing units who not only allowed us to go ahead with the event, but also provided all the necessary support and facilities. The respective heads of these 3 higher education institutions, the respected trio of Dr. Maruti Kolle, Dr. Sujata Vyas, and Dr. Urmila Dabir must be acknowledged for standing firmly behind the conveners and the organizing secretaries of this conference, and also for their guidance. I express our gratefulness to Honorable Kundatai Vijaykar, President, Mopa Education Society, Mopa, for sparing valuable time from a busy schedule to preside over the inaugural function, and also for encouraging us to endeavor more such events. Honorable Professor Vijay Keval Ramani, President, Sindhu Navyuvak Mandal Nagpur, must also be thanked for his time and words of wisdom. Honorable Dr. Subhash Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University, deserves a special mention here, who acceded to our request and accepted our invitation to inaugurate this conference. We thank you, sir. The keynote addressee, Professor Jaideep Singh Dodia, plenary session speakers, Dr. Kamla Lakshmi Naika and Professor Angelo Victor Mercure are applauded and acknowledged for their engrossing and captivating sessions. Then there was a kind of fierce competition visible among the chairpersons of all the sessions. Let me clarify. All of them were too keen to do their job to perfection. And consequently, they took this conference to a new height. My limited vocabulary gets exposed when I think of thanking Dr. Sudhir Nikam, Professor G.A. Ghansham, Dr. Supant Bhattacharya, Professor Subhashri Mukherjee, Professor Meenakshi Chaubey, and Dr. Ruta Dharmadhikari for their invaluable contribution to this international event. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are thankful again to Dr. Supant Bhattacharya from among the chairpersons, Dr. Vandana Nath from Fiji, our friend and guide, Dr. Amar Singh from Chhindwara, Madhya Pradesh, and young Mr. Durgesh Khirsagar from Navargaon, Maharashtra, for their honest feedback, which they just gave live. We are obliged to have Honorable Dr. Sujata Vyas, Director. I'm coming to this particular valedictory session now. Dr. Sujata Vyas, Director, Vasantrao Naik Government Institute of Arts and Social Sciences, Nagpur, as the chairperson, and Honorable Dr. Urmila Dabir as the chief guest of this valedictory session. Thanks are also due to Honorable Dr. Maruti Kole for his comprehensive report on this conference. Dr. Urmila Dabir must be singled out for the multiple roles she played throughout the organization of this conference, as rightly mentioned by my principal, Dr. Kole. Let me tell you guys that of late, Dr. Urmila Dabir is the name that has become synonymous with success. We thank you for everything, ma'am. I would also like to thank the participants for their overwhelming response in both the paper presentation and paper publication categories. Nothing would have been possible without you, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to you all. Friends, you would find at least 20 to 25 persons comprising the advisory committee of any international event, but there were only 2 in ours. Dr. Rajendra Prasad Shinde from Y, Pune, and Dr. Praveen Joshi from our city of Nagpur. They were not only instrumental in getting us the speakers from abroad for our plenary sessions, but poured their rich life experience in making this conference a success, to which Dr. Urmila Dabir also seconded. Coming to the conveners, neither any words of praise would be too high for Dr. Kapil Singhel, nor would they be adequate in acknowledging him for his untiring efforts towards successful organization of this conference. We thank you, mate. I am also grateful to the other convener, young Dr. Madhavi Moril, who is also a board member with all of us, for always being there and giving everything she had to this conference. On behalf of us all, I thank the organizing secretaries, Dr. Somnath Barure, Dr. Harish Tapadia, Mr. Govind Rathod, and Mr. Shekhar Vispute for their diligent work and playing the host and anchor of one session each. My heart also goes out to thank Mr. Preetam Banode for preparing the brochure of this conference, and Mr. Vaibhav Padole, Ms. Pooja Savarkar, and Dr. Avinash Talmale for technical assistance. Finally, we are more than grateful to all those who wittingly or unwittingly worked towards the success of this 2-day international e-conference on post-colonial writings, new and emerging concerns. Now, with the permission of the chair, I, Ajit Ravikant Jachak, declare that this valedictory function and the conference are over. Thank you all.
So finally, we draw the curtains.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Angelo. Thank you once again. I'll get back to you soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, organizers. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Hearty
Bye-bye.
congrats
So
to all
much.
of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joshi sir, do you have something to say?
I said hearty congratulations to all of you.
Thank you very much. But
Thank you.
it's all your efforts, sir, and your guidance which saw us through.
I am humbled.
So kind of you. So kind of you.